recording is starting. And
I'm excited.
You're excited?
I'm excited.
Good.
You excited with your new PC?
Monster Hunter Rise is downloaded, so I'm going to be playing that after D&D today.
How's your new PC then?
It's
after your little debacle.
It's pretty good. We finally got figured out with the help of Defile.
Exactly, I heard about that. I think the file would have been more help if she hit her head against a brick wall, but you know. Or would have that made more sense to file?
It might have.
Yep. But everything's running smoothly as far as I can tell.
1 minute.
Yeah, as I often say about work, trying to figure out which is softer, concrete or cinder block.
Yeah. I think cinder block's softer because cinder block kind of crumples a little bit. Concrete can be a little bit more solid.
Cinder block's softer because it has those holes in it.
That's right. Yeah. It has some give.
Exactly. And, yeah, concrete, especially if it's metal reinforced, you don't want to be hitting your head against that.
You want my sister to do? Just punch a brick wall and break her hand.
Yeah.
That's what Beck does all the time.
I have so much screen space, it's insane.
Welcome to the PC Master Race.
Yay.
You did it, Jade. You did it.
I evolved.
And did Jade kiss Maximus?
Indeed.
Jade, you leveled up. Don't forget to assign the points. And you can take the special feat as well.
Okay. It's 4 o'clock, so it is time to start.
No, it's not. It's 10 o'clock.
You shut up.
Exactly, Bex. You tell him.
I love it. You knew what you were going to say before we even got started.
Who wants to recap? Anybody remember last week's session?
I'll be damned if I remember.
The main
anything.
detail I remember from last week's session was Toby woke up and was sore the entire fucking day from being wrecked by Muscle Mommy.
Yeah, that was a little later. I mean, what really happened doesn't matter about the Zorn and anything else. What really happened is we all died because we made a logistics error because we were stuck on a boat for 5 days with Petra and not enough food.
Oh, shit.
And then she ate everybody.
And there was much rejoicing.
We can't say hi or hello.
No. We sacrificed Amaranth to Petra so that there was enough food.
Amaranth is just a snack. Come on. She's an appetizer.
No, I'm a whole meal.
Okay.
Hey, Amaranth is a whole meal. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, we went to the quarry, killed the things that were in the quarry, got all the treasure.
Amaranth showed her true personality.
Yeah, run away.
Guess my spells again. Bye.
Okay, so wrangling cats here today. Got it. All right, everybody's got a lot of energy. Good. Glad you're all excited. But yeah, so basically you went down into the quarry, you found a tunnel, you went into the tunnel, explored it a little bit, nearly got eaten alive, made your way back outside, turned in the gold along with an extra gem, and then you guys decided that you were going to take the ferry back to Terlura. Everybody remember that?
And we've all got an uncut gem on us as well.
Yes.
Which we don't know how much it is.
It'd be 2, not back, since we've never been.
Yep. So, last I checked, Bex was super rude to the ferryman. Sorry, Amaranth was rude to the ferryman.
I was not rude. I was just like, please, for the love of God, stop talking in, like, jumble. I was like, no, stop. I can't do it.
Ever. Yeah, no, that wasn't rude at all, no.
No.
Don't speak.
Damn it, what are you, cocky?
If you're going to talk, just don't talk around me.
Okay, so, coming into today, you guys had just finished this conversation. I believe a few of you went off to purchase some supplies, correct?
Petra dragged Raynor onto the boat. And I believe everybody else went to the boat to get prepared to take off. Correct. So we're going to start off today with that. You all have now loaded onto the ferry, and you're preparing to set off down the river.
Now, because you're going downriver instead of upriver, the ferry will be able to move quicker. He's also attempting to make up for lost time, so you'll notice that the boat is moving faster than it was before, but it is still going to take a little while to travel, obviously. So
5
it
days
is
to be exact, if that was correct.
5 days is the time it takes to go up from Turlura, so it's actually going to be less than 5 days. I'm not going to tell you exactly how long, but it will be less than 5 days.
Cool.
It's not a tailwind. You're going with the flow of the river rather than against it.
Got a tail wave.
Exactly. Yep, you got a butt wave.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And forget, we don't have hello, and we can't say hi.
You cannot say hi or hello because you deleted those words from reality. Good job. Way to go.
That's not an issue for me, though.
That is not. You can still say hey.
Well, Raynor came up with some kind of bastardized version of hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can now say H-I-G-H when you see people. Hi! Yes, you are.
Yeah, I don't know what they're smoking, but they're definitely high. But yeah, so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and activate the river scene here, so that everybody's on the river. Now, we had a problem with audio being too loud at one point, so I would like to point out that if you have trouble hearing me, at the top right of your screen, you have your command bar there. One of them looks like a music note. If you click the music note, it will take you to your audio controls. You can use that to adjust the volume yourself. I'm pointing this out now because it'll be easier for me in the future if I have a standard volume level that I use for specific things, like background noise and stuff like that, and then you can adjust this part manually yourself for whatever audio suits you best. I just want to make that, clear ahead of time now. In case any noise is too loud for you or anything, this is where you adjust it. Specifically, the ambient noise is going to be mostly what you need to play with.
I have so much screen.
Bye.
It's like it's more than 10 pixels by 10 pixels. I don't understand. Yeah. So with that being said, it's a lazy day on the river.
We've got an extra member of the group, and Petra and Amaranth have status icons.
I was about to say, heckin' Raynor's been concentrating hard this whole fucking time. Holy shit!
Let me fix that as well. Good catch.
Also, not gonna lie, if Jade managed to play as much heckin' Monster Hunter as she has on a 10 by 10 pixel screen, I'd be impressed.
Okay, this is D&D time. Monster Hunter is not D&D time. I don't want to be mean, but we need to stay on the topic. D&D.
Monster player time, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, so that being said, you guys are on the river. It's a nice lazy day, but the ferry is moving rather quickly. You can see the oarsmen are working a little extra hard, pushing on it to kind of keep it going with the flow. A bit harder than they had tried going upriver. So you're cruising quite a bit at this point, but it is a lazy day. It's early morning at this point. So I need you to go ahead and all roll your encounter checks here, and I need to get my dice table out.
I rolled a 61. Oh wait, that's a 19.
Yeah, these have. There we go. Okay, let me. Okay, yeah. So you go through the day. It's a super lazy day. What are you guys doing to kill your time today?
I'm going to pray to my god.
Okay.
Petra's going to approach Toby to ask if he can drill holes into the beak and claws that she grabbed.
Sure. What, you want a necklace?
Yes.
Do you have any rope or string?
Petra reaches up behind her neck and unties a string that's from around her neck, and she holds it up to him.
Oh, cool. Is there anything on the string already?
There are beads. There are green and yellow beads.
Ah. Okay. Leave it with me and I'll sort it out for you. How many teeth we got? Or claws, should I say?
2 beaks and 4
2
claws.
beaks, 4 claws. Okay, cool. I'll do something.
And she hands him the necklace, and she just goes and sits.
Oh, before she walks off, he goes, "Oh, try one of these." Hands you like this little biscuit thing.
And she snatches it and walks away.
Do not tell her twice.
That's right.
Okay, what's everyone else working on?
Windsar's going to meditate and also take out his calligraphy set and start doing the outlines of the tattoo on his right arm. Fire snakes intertwining.
Okay. What's Amaranth doing?
I'm going to go to Toby and ask him, about that previous favor he said about looking at my book, and hopefully he can see something more about it, really.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Okay. How's everyone coming to me now? Right.
You're popular today.
I bring my sword over to Toby. Hey, can you sharpen this for me? No.
I've got a gadget that can do that. Anyway. Yeah, I could look at the book. Could I just finish this necklace first, and then I'll get straight on that book afterwards?
Ugh, I guess.
It'll probably take me about an hour, that's all.
Okay, fine.
By the way, Petra, if you eat that little biscuit thing straight away, you feel like you gained a little bit more energy in your day. You definitely have a bit of a spring in your step.
Petra finished it before she even sat down.
But yeah, you notice you have a little bit more of a spring in your step, and you have a little bit more energy about you. Something was definitely in that biscuit.
All right.
And she does
Cocaine
not
is
care.
now legal. No.
Yeah. Kakahina.
Yeah, you have 2 temporary hit points.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So go ahead and add that to your sheet.
Done.
Toby's like, okay, that didn't kill her. That recipe's good. Next one.
Yeah, but she can eat arsenic and it wouldn't kill her.
Yeah, depending on her constitution save, potentially.
I would have to literally roll a 1, a 2, or a 3 to fail, pretty much.
Yeah, she
that'll
has
last.
an iron gut.
Yeah, that'll last for 8 hours. That 2 temporary hit points. Although as soon as you take any damage, they go first. Just to remember.
All right, so Amaranth is getting her book looked at in a minute. Petra just ate and is having her necklace worked on. We know what Toby's doing. Windsar's working on the tattoo. Raynor's praying. What is New doing?
You probably just fuck off most of the day. Maybe spend some time like meditating with her focus and like writing notes on the shit that's happened in the last couple days, since all of it's kind of a blur, especially since she only really knows a whole day secondhand from somebody else.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and skip forward that hour. The necklace is now completed.
Yes.
So that has been added to Petra's necklace. If you want to write that down on the character sheet, I suggest putting that into the background section or somewhere in the biography section, just to keep a running tab.
Yep.
I also wrote it down in my notes here, just in case. But so that part's done. So now you want to take a look at Amaranth's book. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing to inspect this book?
What I'll tell you is just explain is that, first of all, I looked at it earlier and I wrote some words in it, and I just can't remember for the life of me what I wrote down, but I know I wrote something.
Interesting. Looking at the book, do I see anything with my Eldritch sight?
You recognize that it has runes on it, but these runes aren't any specific language. You do detect that these runes used to mean something.
Okay. Runes used to mean something.
They used to have meaning, but it's like the meaning of the runes themselves has been lost to time. They've been completely forgotten, as if the meaning of these runes does not exist anymore.
Does it feel like it's something scratching in my brain?
Yes, it feels like you should know what they mean, but there's just something missing.
Would I be able to do a history check to potentially see if I can wreck my brain for anything that would be similar?
I'll allow that, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Give it a try.
Hey, 19.
Okay. So you've come across a similar feeling before, and it's always runes of this same design. And every time you've come across them, they somehow reference the Oblitus Tenebris, the period of time where religion was deleted from the world, or where religion is forgotten from the world.
I'll relay this information to Amarith. Looks like this book might have some interesting connotations with when religion was obliterated, as it were.
Really quickly, how do I save edits for the biography?
At the top bar there should be a little. It looks like a little floppy disk icon.
Mm-hmm.
That's the save button.
I mean, obviously, I'm getting a sense of magic off this book, I'm guessing.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. It's very strange.
If you want to roll an Arcana check, I'll tell you more about that if you do well.
Yeah?
Okay,
Well,
so go ahead and roll.
Depending on what happens. Yeah, that wasn't so well.
Yeah, it wasn't so well. So yeah, it's definitely magical.
It's a magic book!
But it almost seems like the opposite of magic, like it's consuming things.
So
instead of exuding
it feels like
magic, you feel it.
It's more like a magic void.
Exactly.
It's like a magic void almost, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's pulling magic into it.
I'll relay to Amarith. I'll be like, careful what you write in this book.
Okay, why?
Well, this book seems to have like a void of magic. It is magical, but it sucks in magic, which generally most things that have a sort of effect like that generally kind of take rather than give. If you see what I mean.
Okay, cool. I think. Yeah, sure.
Just be very careful what you write in this book, because I'm pretty sure it's erasing things.
Okay.
Well, given from the fact that
that's
the
fine. Thank you. Right.
okay,
I'll grab the book and go.
okay.
Okay. And what is everybody else doing at this point? Just still praying and everything, or has anybody started doing anything different?
Still praying.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a religion check. Are you praying for anything specific?
Just like to Gothics to have like a safe journey and stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for religion.
Okay. Ooh.
So your connection to Gothics feels strained, like a candle in the wind. It feels like at any moment it could just go out.
Yeah.
Okay. Windsor, are you still working on your tattoos?
Finish up with my tattoo, start practicing my katas.
Okay. And Petra, your necklace is done. You would be able to see that Toby's not working on it anymore.
Yeah, Petra goes over and asks if it's done.
Oh yes, definitely done. So as you can see, I put a bead in between two beaks, and then a couple of beads, and then you've got a one of each of the teeth either side, and then the clasp at the back. I used one of the claws as well.
She nods in approval and holds her hands out to receive it.
No, I'll really give it to her.
Okay.
And she and she puts it back around her neck, and she walks off to do Petra things.
How's the biscuit, by the way?
Really good.
You like the biscuit?
Yes. She
Okay.
nods her head rapidly, pretty much.
Somebody got a nat 20.
Yep.
Hey, Marianne's dead. Okay.
So we know whose fault it's going to be now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So, the day goes on. You just, again, floating down the river, just having a nice day. Generally relaxing. Nothing too crazy is happening. But a few hours go by. We're going to say it's about 2 or 3 in the afternoon at this point, okay? And you're just, again, going down the river, focusing on the things that you've been focusing on. And all of a sudden, you just see a man run out onto the river. And by onto the river, I mean he starts running across the water, just hoofing it across the liquid. And the entire time he's like, I did it! I did it! I learned to walk! And he goes under the water all of a sudden and just disappears under the water.
Petra just kind of looks in that direction and just kind of scratches her head. She's completely confused.
I just kind of like look and go, well, I have no idea what's going on there.
Is anyone gonna jump in and maybe try and save the dude?
All right. I can't. Oh,
That
shit.
sounds like a not us problem.
Excuse me.
Then again, it is I can't really jump in the water unless I take off my mail. That would be a cleric thing to do, is to save someone in need.
I mean, it's truly up to you. I ain't going in there.
No, you can probably
While
throw
it
some
is a
water.
cleric thing to want to save somebody in need, you
Is it a you
are a
thing?
follower of Guthix, and Guthix believes in balance and everything,
Balance.
and this man did this to himself. So
That is true.
for you, it would be a very neutral experience. You can help him if you believe it's the right thing to do, but also, according to Guthix's teaching, he did it to himself, so it's not your responsibility to fix it.
That is true. So,
So
yeah, I won't
if
bother.
Raynor wants to, he can.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
Is this dude just completely under the water, no like flailing or anything?
Yeah, he just went bloop under the water.
I don't know if we should be worried about that. Because if he was really actually walking on the water and he just whatever spell or something failed, I feel like he would be still be like swimming or something.
Well, I'm just gonna walk away and be like, oh well, dumbass.
Okay, so everybody's just gonna leave him to his fate then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, if we can't see him above the water, throw him a rope. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the ferry keeps going. You see a few merchants look up, very confused at the whole situation. You see where the person had gone underwater, and you kind of pass by, and you just see him under the water, waving up at you, while also trying to get his foot unstuck from the ground. It appears that his spell has backfired. He's no longer walking on the water. It has reversed, and he is now walking on the bottom of the river.
Oh,
Unfortunately, your ferry has now passed him, because like I said, the ferry was very quickly moving down the river. So you just watch him like disappear as he passes under the river and under the ferry and out of view.
Oh well.
It's just like, oh no, that's so bad. All right.
Oh,
Back to
I tried
filing
to
my
reach
nails.
him.
And we
That's
should
gonna
figure out the
come
gravity of that
to bite
situation.
us in the ass.
Well, we looked and then he disappeared and, bye.
Okay, so for the rest of the day, what's everybody working on?
I'm gonna be looking at my book again.
Okay. Doing anything interesting or just kind of poking and prodding?
Poking and prodding, like maybe just like I don't know.
You want to write any more forms of greeting in there?
I feel like I want to, but I just don't know if I should.
Don't forget my warning.
4 episodes
yeah.
from now, where just like people walk up to each other, and they're just like ah! for greeting. She's erased them all.
Huh?
Just
I'm taking a nap.
inconsequential grunts.
Petra is making salted meat sandwiches, which is literally just 2 pieces of bread and a little slab of salted meat between them for the
Okay.
people that she offered food to last time.
Okay. That would be, I believe,
New in Windsor.
Yeah, New and Windsor. So New and Windsor get free food from Petra.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
you will take it and thank her, and
I'm assuming Raynor's also on that list.
Yeah, Raynor's on that list.
Okay, so
Toby,
Raynor's asleep and gets smacked in the face with a sandwich. No.
Yeah, no, she does. She actually does. She just kind of like taps his face and goes,
just
"Food, eat it now."
walks up to him and
I wake up
slowly
and
opens his
then I'm
mouth
like,
and inserts the sandwich.
Okay, and then I grab the sandwich and I start eating it.
Petra nods in
Toby's-
approval.
Toby's sitting on the back of the boat with a few utensils and is just trying out a few different ingredients with some cooking utensils.
Mm-hmm.
It's just he's not started a fire or anything. Don't worry. But he's just chopping up like raw ingredients and such like that he can get his hands on.
Okay.
Mostly vegetables.
All right. So the day's gonna go ahead and pass then. All of you do that basic stuff. I'm going to guess that you all sleep tonight. Is that correct? Does anybody stay up to watch or anything like that?
No, I'm fine just sleeping.
I just sleep.
Yeah, Petra takes a sleep.
And we get attacked by tentacle monsters again.
I'm gonna be staying up, just kind of continuously looking at the book and like seeing if there's any, like the note that I had as well with it, to see if I can understand what Toby meant. Really, not
Okay.
looking, but more going to concentrate on what I'm doing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
So as you're sitting here trying to figure out what's going on, you're looking at this note, and you're looking at the book there, and the note is definitely in your handwriting. You wrote this note to yourself. You know that for a fact, but you don't remember writing this note. You don't remember the day that you got this note. You don't remember anything before the day that you read this note. And it kind of starts to click that you woke up with this book that erases things and a note telling you to guard it and no memory of your previous life. And that kind of feels like there's significance there.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, you're not able to make any direct connections. It's like trying to remember a dream from months ago. You know that something happened, you can sense it and feel it, but you just can't pull it to the front of your mind.
Okay, cool.
And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and say it is now dawn of the next day. And I'm guessing you all wake up. Anybody sleeping in late?
No,
I'm
we didn't.
sleeping now.
We didn't survive our
Petra-
latest sleep cycle.
Petra woke up and she is now immediately hungry.
As always. Thankfully, I believe she still has a little bit of food in her bag. I was going to say quite a bit of food, but then I thought about how much she eats. So she should still have some food. So Bex
She'll
is
have
asleep.
some food,
Everybody
she'll
else
have
is
some
awake. What
gonna
all are
need
you
a
doing
net.
this morning?
Winstar starts putting together a net because we're going to have to dredge the river for fish in a little bit.
And for random wizards that run out on.
No, I just go back to the same thing as yesterday. Well, except for the tattoo work.
Okay.
Wake up, work on my katas, and then go to the bow of the ship and sit and meditate and watch the scenery.
All right. And anybody
Also,
else?
I fill up the
Oh.
poop deck.
You fill up what?
I fill up the poop deck, so
Okay.
I'll go to the hold and see if there's a place I can cook breakfast on.
This ferry does not have a hold. It is a single-decked ferry.
Single deck ferry.
Yeah, it's literally almost like those there's like the old medieval like flat skippers.
Yeah.
It's just an old flat bottom ferry like that. So
Okay.
there is no below deck. There's no hold. Literally, all of the cargo is just piled in the center to make sure that it doesn't flip, kind of thing.
Is there any sort of stone around that I could potentially put a fire on? Because obviously you don't want to start a fire on wood.
There is not.
Okay, fair enough. No fire then. That sucks. Interesting. Okay. Alright.
Okay. So that's what everybody's working on this morning.
only had a pot or a pan.
Yeah,
I've got a pan, I've got a pot. The only problem is I can't set
I
fire.
just pray for the morning kind of thing.
Okay.
Morning prayer.
All right. So about 3 hours pass, and you pull up to a small little dock, and it's similar to the one that you stopped at before when he had to get the ferry repaired, but this one's clearly further downriver. So you've already passed the one that you stopped at for repairs. This is another small little place, and he doesn't say anything. He just pulls up to it, jumps off. People start unloading things as quick as possible, start loading new things on. It's clearly that they're trying to make up for lost time on the ferry. But you are currently stopped at this dock.
Is there anything interesting at this dock?
There's nothing too particularly interesting. There is a small area off to the side. It looks like a guest waiting area. It's got a small little cover on it, and then off to the side is what looks to be a cooking pit, and near the cooking pit there appears to be a preparatory table there. And then on the far side of that, there is a small grassy area. You assume this is for like exercising dogs or things like that. And then on the opposite side of that same walk path, there is what appears to be just a small pub.
Well, I'm gonna get up and get some food because I'm hungry.
Okay, so you're gonna go to the pub?
Yeah, get some food.
Okay.
Petra's gonna follow.
So
I guess
Neo,
I'll do the same. Yeah.
I'm going to go out to the grassy lands to try and see if I can find some wild leaves or herbs and spices.
Okay, that
If you
would
want
be
a
a
survival
survival
check.
check. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta find all 11 herbs and spices.
He found 32. No. Take
Windsor's
that,
gonna stay on the
Casey. Okay. So Windsor stays on the boat. What does Raynar do?
Like I said, I was following them for
Okay,
for
I
Becky.
didn't hear you say that, but okay, so you're going with them for breakfast?
Mhm.
Okay. So that's Amaranth, Petra, Raynor, and New all going for breakfast?
yeah, huh?
Okay. All right, so all four of you walk into this pub, and it's a very small pub. There's essentially a bar and maybe two tables off to the side.
I feel bad for them.
It's clearly kind of like a rest area kind of pub. It popped up more out of necessity than out of anything else. There's a kind of elderly woman behind the pub counter there, and she's just like welcoming you over. She's kind of waving her hand. She also looks really confused. Like she would normally say something here, but she doesn't understand. Like she can't remember what she's supposed to say, so she looks confused.
Elbow.
But she's calling you over, just by waving her hand at you.
Petra
And,
immediately walks over, immediately Only waving the hand of Beans.
Okay. And yeah, so she waves you all over, and she goes, welcome to our rest area. Is there anything I can get you?
Is there any food here?
Yeah, we got what we call a soup of the day. It's a mixture of what the fairy brings in. We try to make a nice soup out of it.
Why do I feel like this woman and the fairy man is related in some way? What's the... Yeah, I'll take the soup. I'm hungry. Do I get bread?
Yeah, I'll take the soup as well.
Yeah, it comes with bread as long as there's fresh bread.
Perfect.
Petra kind of like opens her arms wide. Is there a bowl this big?
And she blinks at Petra, and she goes, I'll check. And she turns and goes into the kitchen.
Wait, before you go, please serve me my soup before you serve this person her soup.
Please. So she goes into the kitchen, and she comes out, and she sets a bowl down in front of Amaranth, sets a bowl down in front of New, and sets a bowl in front of Raynar, and she turns and she walks back into the kitchen. And about 3 minutes later, this big man, rather hulking dude, comes out carrying just a whole pot of soup and sets it down on the bar in front of New. Or sorry, in front of Petra. Just this big pot. It's almost the size of Petra herself. It is a rather large pot. It's clearly the pot that they use to cook the soup in. And he kind of looks over the pot, and he's got it tipped towards him, like not letting you reach into it or look into it or anything. And he goes, "You want the whole pot?"
Petra nods her head rapidly.
"It's gonna be 18 gold."
She just kind of like grabs the gold out of her pocket and hands it to him with no questions.
And he takes the gold. He sticks it in his pocket, and he looks to the three of you with her, and he goes, "That's 2 gold apiece," and hands over the pot to Petra, and then kind of waits for the other people that have food to pay for their food.
I give him 2 gold pieces.
Okay, go ahead and take your gold from your sheet.
Mew goes ahead and pays his whale.
Okay, take it from your sheet.
I'm not thinking today. I did my calculator. I was up till 5.
Alright, so everybody's paid up?
Yeah.
Alright, so he takes his money, and kind of nods to you, and goes back to the kitchen. And you guys are left to finish your soup. I'm going to say it takes, because of the way that the clock works, the easiest for me, I'm going to say it takes about an hour for everybody to finish up their soup, and for Petra to try to not explode, I need a Constitution save from Petra.
The whole rest of the group is just amazed that Petra ate a whole pot of soup in the time it took us to eat a bowl.
Yeah, Petra just downs this whole thing of soup. She's like distended at the belly, just waddling, her entire stomach sloshing back and forth when she moves, and just this big shit-eating grin on her face because she is happy. She ate that whole thing.
Of course she did.
She's pregnant.
But yeah, so it's about an hour goes by, and you hear the ferryman. He goes, "It's last call. Y'all get back on the boat. We're leaving now."
All right. Well, I head towards the ferry.
Did I find anything?
I didn't check your thing. Let's see. At 11, you did not find anything of particular interest.
Okay. Well, I'll come back.
Mew's gonna make sure that Petra can actually make it to the ferry and head that way herself.
Petra's fine.
Petra's
fine. She's sloshing and her stomach's wiggling back and forth, but she doesn't seem to be bothered at all.
No, she is actually feeling much stronger.
Yeah, she's actually feeling stronger than usual. Stuff to exploding at this point.
I mean, he gave her the whole pot, so.
Yeah, he did. Okay. So everybody gets back on the ferry, and you start heading down. He barely waits for you. Like as soon as you get on, he doesn't wait for you to settle down. Nothing. He just shoves off as soon as the last foot is on the deck. He's clearly trying to make up for lost time at this point. He almost seems bothered by how late he's running. Like he's clearly not happy with having the ferry have been down, even for a single night. So you start heading down the river again, and all of you are just passing time, idling away. Is anyone doing anything of note, or just kind of idling time?
Idling.
I'm just taking a nice nap.
Okay. So everybody's just kind of enjoying the ride. So
I'm using my uncut gem just to start making a mechanical device.
okay. Let's see. Has everybody rolled? I'm missing Torin and Raynor. Or Windsor and Raynor.
Whoa!
Oof.
Epic fail.
That's fine. This isn't a pass or fail.
You failed.
Yeah, this isn't a pass or fail, but you failed.
Suddenly a fireball flies out of nowhere and hits Raynor.
Yeah,
Hello,
so-
and welcome to Standing Up Class. And you failed.
All right, so the day pretty much just passes along without too much note. It gets late into the day. Nothing really interesting has happened. It's been a lazy day on the river.
Cool.
But
during that day, then.
Okay, go ahead.
During that day, then, people might notice that I have this small little flying pot now with me. It's got two little, what appear to be little fiery jets coming from the bottom. It's probably about a foot and a half across, and it looks like it has a little pot-belly oven on it, and it's got these two little beady eyes, and it seems to have a round pot on the top,
All right.
and it seems to be boiling.
Dude made a camping kitchen.
Witchcraft, destroy it.
And the actual, like, the grooves where the oven grill is looks like a smile.
I said what I said. Witchcraft, destroy it.
It's technically it's a homunculus servant.
Destroy it.
Eldritch Blast.
The sorcerer said witchcraft. There we go.
So that's what I was doing my gem. So I don't have my gem anymore now. Just to
Okay.
let you know.
Did
So
you
I'm
remove
just
it from the
gonna.
sheet?
I'm about to.
Okay.
Homunculus, where's the jar and the body? Oh, wait, never mind.
And I'm now using it to cook with,
Okay. Sounds good.
because it's no longer a fire on the deck.
That's good.
Is there any aroma coming off that food?
Oh yeah.
So Petra's now trying to eat the homunculus. No.
Trying to jump up
it
on top of the homunculus.
immediately draws Petra's attention. She goes over to see what he's doing. Like she doesn't even give herself time to stand up. She just kind of goes over.
Just butt scoots across
Barrel
the
roll
deck.
yourself.
She shit herself?
No, that's just her guts swimming across the deck. Because it's a wax deck, so you know.
She's just dragging herself like a jaguar, just
Yeah,
like an iguana, just dragging her belly forward.
pretty
You
much.
just see the water shaking. You're like, oh god, she's getting close. Oh god.
It's like the T-Rex, just.
It's a T-Rex moment.
Yeah.
I'm like, who's does? Oh, it's you.
Okay, so she gets over there, and then Petra.
Petra.
She gets over there and she asks, "What is that? I smell food, but I don't see it."
I'm making stew.
Ooh. And she just kind of like sits and stares at the thing.
Well, I'm not making stew. He's making stew. And I point to the homunculus servant who's quietly boiling away with a smile on his face.
She just continues to sit and stare at the homunculus.
Yeah, it looks like a giant iron pot, but it has like a belly gut on it that's an oven. That looks like a smile.
She's not paying
And
attention.
it's just hovering in the air, basically, but it's actually boiling as well, and there's smell coming off of it.
Okay.
Nope, and Petra's sitting and staring at it. Doesn't matter if it has a smiley face on it or not. She's more interested in the food.
I'm surprised Petra didn't just ask if she could eat the homunculus. Like, it smells like food. Can I eat that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
she knows what silverware's for. And
so your soup, will that be going throughout the night, or do you plan to have that for dinner tonight?
Oh, that's going to be for dinner tonight.
Tonight, okay. So then I'm going to go ahead and say about another hour passes. It's now a little past sunset. The stew would have been cooking this whole time, obviously. And it's starting to get a bit late into the night. So now would be a good time for the soup if you would like.
Yep.
Petra has been staring at it unblinkingly.
Soup comes down, and the pot, like I say, it's about a foot and a half across, and I keep putting I put a ladle into the top of it, and I've got I get a bowl for everyone there, or the rest of the party that's there, and I pull the bowl out and I give it to Petra. I'm gonna try that.
Petra takes it and begins to just slurp it down.
Yeah, I didn't give her a spoon.
Yeah.
Okay, and as
it's gone in a minute.
Yep. And then I beckon everyone else over to come have some stew.
Okay.
If anyone else cares to join us.
Yeah,
I'll partake.
Yeah, I'll go over.
You will come.
All right, so you're all.
I mean, everyone would have smelt this stew cooking.
All right, so you're all sitting there. You're all just enjoying your stew. And,
it's just a vegetable stew. There's no meat in it.
All right, so you're all enjoying your vegetable stew, and you start hearing what sounds like frogs croaking. But they're croaking at different pitches, and as it slowly gets louder, you realize they're croaking kind of a jazzy tune. And this slowly gets louder and louder until eventually you see coming down the river a bit faster than you guys, there appears to be 6 frogs, giant frogs, all sitting on this big log, just croaking a tune as they're going down the river.
Does one start with Bud?
No.
Eyes.
Are they coming down the river, traveling the same direction we are, or traveling the opposing direction?
They're traveling the same direction. They're just floating down the river on this log, croaking a happy tune.
Damn
I'm
speed
gonna
boats.
start whistling a tune to it, I guess.
Petra gives them a quick glance before looking back at Toby. Is there
Hello,
more?
my honey. Hello, my darling. Hello, my right-hand gal.
There once was a woman from Enos.
Okay, you were saying, Petra?
Who's eating a fetus?
Petra looks at Petra takes a glance at the frogs. Kind of tilts her head a little bit before looking back at Toby. Hey, that was good. Is there more? Can I have more?
There's always more.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Don't
And,
tell her there's always more.
It's kind of interesting because I put the ladle and it comes out and there's still the same amount of soup in there. And I just hand it to her again. And I've given 8 bowls of this soup out by now. And it's... Well, sorry, stew. And there's still more in it. And there's no way that could have had 8 bowls worth of stew inside something that sort of size.
Petra
If anyone
doesn't think
wants
too
to
hard
question
into it.
that.
She just slurps down the soup.
If anyone else pays attention.
It's a portable pot.
At this point, I'm worried that Petra's just going to grab the homunculus and start drinking from it to see how long.
No, because the homunculus is actually flying out of her reach on purpose.
Stop! If you stop focusing on the suit and stop making it sound great, then she won't eat it. She won't eat it.
She has a Ghibli moment. She just turns to Reno. I can't make the jump. You have to toss me.
No, Jarvis isn't for eating.
Oh,
Okay.
dear God.
So Petra needs to make another Constitution save for her food.
Yay!
Oh God.
Here we go. Oh, okay. Making sure.
Okay, yeah. So she eats to her heart's content
Hmm.
with no problems. All
Yep.
right, awesome. So everybody finishes up eating, and Petra eventually reaches the point where she literally physically cannot fit anymore in her body.
I start to analyze her, see how much she actually was eating, and I'm writing down in a little journal just to work out how big she can actually get before she stops eating. just as a point of research. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna enjoy that a little bit myself. So hold on. I'm gonna grab a D6 here.
Okay. Just tell me so I know what to do.
Let's do 2. Why not? It's Petra.
Yeah,
Petra ate 7 bowls to herself.
7. Interesting.
Fascinating.
Wonder what happens when we push for 8.
1 thin mint.
I'm gonna go up to Petra with a biscuit and go, "Do you want a biscuit?"
Yeah!
I'm gonna give Petra a biscuit.
I'm gonna tell her, stop feeding the child who's feeding the pig. Stop.
Wow.
Glares at,
One left into the other.
she glares at Amaranth with the biscuit in her hand. And she slowly takes a bite, glaring at Amaranth.
And I'm going to jump behind the cargo.
I'm smiling at this point.
You go shoot unless I write your name in this book. Now go.
What happens to Petra?
Well, Petra made her Constitution saving throw, so she eats it, and sure enough, she seems fine. She is completely stuffed and just like on the floor, happy as can be. But physically, she seems stronger than ever.
Yep. She is pumped up, fired up. She's energized.
Yeah, if you attempt to like
ready
push
to
her
go.
or move her or prod her any way, she seems stronger than her at any other point.
Interesting. I'll write that down
Okay.
in more notes.
With
And
that
then
being
I'll
said,
come back.
it's late at night.
Yeah. I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay, so you're heading to bed. Is anybody else heading to bed?
Petra
Yeah,
cannot find
I
her
am.
bedroll, so she grabs Raynor's backpack and dumps it out to use it as a sleeping bag.
So Petra stuffs her giant swollen belly and her feet into this poor bag that can barely hold her when she's bursting at the seams like this, and just she's sleeping with stuff piled around her in the backpack.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody else going to sleep? Anybody staying up?
Me.
Checking out your book some more?
Yeah, I'm just like watching the sea. Like I just saw frogs whistling a tune. I'm waiting for something else to come by.
I'm
I'm waiting for some
sleeping.
more entertainment.
Okay, so everybody's sleeping except Bex?
Yep.
Okay, Bex, roll a d20. You can type into the chat 1d20.
/R1D20.
Yeah, sorry, /R space 1d20.
Sorry, /R1D20.
Yeah, well, space after the R. There we go. So you stay up late into the night, waiting to see if anything else happens on this rather eventful river. Unfortunately, it gets pretty late and nothing new happens. It ends up getting to about, let's say, 3 a.m. Nothing of note has happened.
Aw. I saw a dead guy. Well, I saw a guy drown. I've seen
A
some
dead guy.
frogs. He's pretty much dead at this point. Oh, okay. Well, let me go to bed.
Okay, you go to bed. It's 3 a.m. Is everybody continuing to sleep?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will fast forward to dawn then. So it is now dawn. Amaranth has had 3 hours of sleep. If she gets up at this point, she will be exhausted. Everybody
still
else wakes up fully refreshed. Unless somebody wants to sleep in. Anybody sleeping in?
Nope.
Petra's immediate thought when she wakes up is food, so she goes immediately over to Toby.
Obi's not even awake, and Petra just slaps him awake, and you're like, "Give me food, please."
Knowing Petra, she would just sit there and poke him in the face.
Oh, Toby's already awake. Toby's cooking bacon in
Bacon?
Jarvis.
And Petra smells it. She is ready for food.
That's what woke Petra up.
Yeah, that's literally what woke Petra up. Is like
Yeah.
the smell of bacon. It's probably woke up a couple of other people as well, because
I wonder
bacon.
where he got bacon from.
Don't ask.
Don't
Didn't we
ask.
have-
You don't want to know. No.
Didn't we used to have 6 crew members instead of 5?
What do you mean? No, that was always been 7. There was never 8 crew members. Anyway, fresh bacon, anyone?
Petra holds her hands out and nods rapidly.
I get the bacon out and I drop it onto her hands. It is scalding hot.
She immediately shoves it into her mouth.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't.
ow.
I don't want to I don't want to know what role you want to do for that. That's up to you. Because it's literally just come out the oven or grill. So,
I mean, I ate it immediately off the grill, so.
well, like I say, I don't know how you want to roll that one.
Everybody else is eating as well?
Yep.
Except Bex, who's still unconscious. Okay, so everybody's enjoying their breakfast. And I
just
need a constitution from Petra. Because
Yay.
she just shoved insanely hot bacon into her gullet.
Yep.
And she's fine. That's normal for Petra. She just stuffs
Yeah.
this bacon down. She's like, ow, 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 my hands. Oh, that's better.
I mean, to be fair, she ate an entire pot of soup.
Yep, that is
The
true.
pot they used to cook in.
Yes, that is true.
Interesting. I'll write that down in my notes.
At this point, Petra's a science experiment.
Oh yeah, it's an ongoing science experiment.
When the
You wanna wait?
frog loses the 3rd leg, it goes diff.
You want to wait until I find some exotic flavors to use.
All right, so you're all having breakfast.
Mhm.
And is anyone doing anything interesting today or just idling the day away again?
I'll just be tinkering on my armor while Jarvis cooks a few little things in its belly.
Okay.
And I'm just praying.
Yeah, okay, as usual.
Hmm.
Petra,
Yeah, it is.
surprisingly, is just doodling. Doesn't matter what shape, doesn't matter what color. She's just doodling.
All
He's
right,
diddling.
sounds good to me.
New will do a bit of meditating to with her focus again.
Okay, I want a religion check from Raynor and an arcana check from Neil. Wow.
12s all
Both-
around.
Yeah, you both got a 12. All right. So, Neil, you're not detecting anything new in particular. You're not hearing anything speak back to you. But that familiar dark feeling that you're used to when you cast your magic, as well as what you felt in that cave with the hag,
New
all
doesn't
of
remember that.
She doesn't remember that, but I'm saying the feeling that you had, that is the same feeling that when you meditate with this focus, you still feel that same darkness ever present. It almost feels like a tide, like it's a darkness that's kind of
swathing back and forth around you, like a mist or a smoke. As for Raynor's having trouble communicating with Guthix. Like he can feel that Guthix is there, but his connection to Guthix is as weak as it's ever been.
Oh damn.
I'm gonna be practicing my spells, right? Just gonna be shooting out some cantrips.
Okay. Are you shooting them in any particular direction?
Just like in the air towards like the mountains, if there's mountains, or in the water, so they don't like burn anything.
Okay. All right, and so you're sitting there, you're just shooting off your magic, practicing, getting a little bit of, skills worked in there.
Yeah.
And actually, wait, isn't Amaranth still asleep?
Oh, if that's the case, I didn't know if I've woken up by this or is it still the same time?
It's still the same. We're still getting
Okay,
together.
then,
Like
yeah,
everybody's eating, and then what are they doing for the day? So Amaranth's still asleep.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
So
yes, I'm still.
fix
hell
that.
yeah.
You'll do that later if you have time.
Yes.
We'll see. So
Petra's drawings are taking the shapes of dinosaurs.
that's not surprising. So we'll say about 2 hours has passed now, and you see a large bridge in front of you. A large bridge. This bridge is tall enough that if you were to stand directly under it on the ferry and throw a rock up, you might maybe hit the bottom of the bridge with the rock. It is a very tall bridge. It's clearly designed for ships to be able to pass under this bridge. And as you get closer to this bridge, you realize there are houses built or some sorts of buildings built across this bridge. It's like an entire street is on this bridge, including shops and apartments and things like that. And you can hear, just in the distance a bit, the bustle of a town. And the closer you get, the more you realize that there are multi-story buildings on this bridge. And this bridge leads to each side of the river, and on each side you see just towering walls. They look like, like ramparts, like large protective walls around this city. New will recognize this as home. Welcome home, New. You guys are now approaching the city of Turlura. Amaranth is still unconscious. Everybody else is awake.
Yeah. I'm awake.
Raynor rolls an eye.
I didn't get wrong.
Yep.
Sets his relationship with Guthix to it's complicated.
Petra doesn't pay very much mind to her surroundings because she doesn't know where she is at all times.
Petra would smell the food from the bridge.
And Petra's attention is immediately snapped to the bridge.
Because there are several restaurants on the bridge. All of them serving different cuisines.
Oh god, she's gonna be like having a poop baby.
With that being said, let me go.
Wait for the ship to dock.
All right. So everybody's just gonna wait for the ship to pull up. What's New doing? New is coming home after her adventure. Is New excited? What's New doing?
New will see like the bridge coming up and everything, and she'll just kind of reminisce about the time she's been there and like be a little glad that she's coming back. And even though it hasn't been too extenuatingly long that she's been gone, she's still like, missed being in a familiar place. So
Okay. All right. So the ship pulls into the dock, and again, a whole lot of hustle and bustle. The ferryman jumps up, doesn't say anything to anybody, grabs a few things and starts unloading, and then he stops and he turns around and he scratches his head for a moment, and then he suddenly remembers he's supposed to announce where the hell you guys just landed. He was so lost in trying to make up for time that he didn't think about it. He goes, hey, but welcome to Turlura, and then turns and just runs off to go back to doing what it is that he needs to do.
Isn't he so professional?
Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, whenever I hear the town song, I keep thinking of an old Irish lullaby. Oh, well.
Petra gets off the boat and immediately goes to try to find these restaurants.
Okay, we lost track of the halfling. We're screwed.
I will look for a blacksmith. See
Okay.
if I get some better armor or weapons or something.
Windsor is going to look for either a monastery or an independent tattoo shop.
Okay. Then I'm gonna need a. Let's do perception check from the three of you. See if you can figure out where these shops would be, and see if you can figure your ways around the town. All right. So Petra follows her nose and just takes off. It's like she knows this city. She is dipping in and out of alleyways, running through people's backyards, does not care, makes it to that bridge, and just stops and could just smell. There's about 5 different restaurants on this bridge in front of her. All of them are cooking different foods. Some of the foods smell sweeter, some of them smell a little more savory, and there's one particular shop at the very end that has a sign that looks like this. It's almost like an ancient dog mixed with a rhinoceros-looking creature, kind of a doofy looking. Well, Petra can explain. As the sign is very familiar to her, it is the visage of a creature known as a Rascara. And the smells coming from this particular shop are smells of foods that she grew up with in her town.
It immediately perks her interest, and she goes over to that shop and peeks her head inside.
Okay, and as she's doing that, Raynor is able to get off of the ferry, and finds his way off the pier, and he looks around and he's kind of listening, and he can't really tell where the blacksmith is, so he kind of wanders aimlessly for a little bit. Eventually, he winds up down in this area here, where I'm pinging the map, and he discovers that there is indeed a blacksmith over there.
Oh, sweet.
And Windsor was looking for a monastery, correct?
Monastery or tattoo studio.
Okay, so he gets off the pier, starts wandering around looking for stuff. He doesn't particularly find anything of interest. What is everyone else doing?
I guess I'm waking up at this point.
Okay.
I guess I'm waking up.
Yep.
Yes,
And that would be a point of exhaustion.
Yeah, buttocks.
Bollocks. Bloody hell,
He's
Harry.
just gonna watch everybody run off and be like, okay, we don't have any kind of plan here going on, I guess, okay. And she'll just leave.
The irony is anybody could have asked you for directions.
And start heading towards the...
We could have asked for directions. Who knew?
You know what I realize is going to happen? I'm going to wake up on the boat and everyone's going to be gone. I'm going to be like, where the fuck did everyone go? Why
Wake up
did
in the
nobody
next
wake me?
I would have woken you up there.
Yeah, I don't want you to touch me. Don't touch me.
Toby shakes you on the shoulder.
Oh, 5 more minutes.
Well, we'll leave you here and you don't know where you are in the city then.
It's worth it.
Okay.
He's okay and gets up and walks away.
Yep. Toby gets up and walks off and goes find New and asks New where's the best places in the city to be. Since this is your home.
Okay, so New, just a little bit of direction here for your character. Your character, being as studious as she is, would direct him to the college, which is this large towering structure here.
Where New was gonna go anyways.
Either that or the bookstores that she loves.
Well, I'll follow New.
Okay. So New's going to the college?
Yep.
Okay, so the college is that big structure there that I pinged on the map for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where New's headed.
And Toby.
Now, Amaranth, you've been shaken awake and you really don't like it. What is Amaranth gonna do?
And then just make her way to the nearest library.
Okay. So you're gonna get off the ferry and look for a library?
Yeah.
Okay, if I can get a survival check from you too, since you're moving without direction.
Cool.
With
I need to do it at
disadvantage.
disadvantage. That's fine. Let me do that again. Sorry. Forgot disadvantage.
That's fine.
Either way, it doesn't.
Either way, it's better than your last roll. Yeah, so you get off and you are kind of looking around trying to find a library. You don't really find one, but you find this big towering college directly in front of you, and you're like, they probably have a library. And
Spells, yeah.
yeah, and it's clear that this particular college is open to the public. However, the classrooms are closed to students only.
Okay.
All right, so back to Petra real quick. Petra, you have run into this shop with a big familiar creature as its sign. It's a Roscara, and you run inside and you recognize the smells of this shop. It immediately smells like you are back home in the city of Borgo. And the reason for that is because the people that are there cooking the food are originally from Borgo. They are very familiar with your city. They grew up there. You may be familiar with their families. You may not. But either way, these are very familiar smells to you.
Petra tries to grab the attention of one of the staff members, mainly to ask a question.
Okay, and how do you attempt to do that?
She is, shaking her hands, trying to make herself kind of look bigger so that she's more noticeable.
Okay. So, another halfling that's over there working their ass off. This is a very busy place. It's very popular food. They turn around and they happen to see Petra trying to make themselves bigger, and they recognize the necklace on her neck as a coming of age tradition from Borgo. And they raise both their hands, and they also try to make themselves look bigger in a welcoming fashion.
Petra smiles and walks over. Hey, what? Why was there a Roscara on the sign out there?
And he just kind of immediately leans over and gives you a big hug. And he goes, "Hey, welcome. I grew up in Borgo. I recognize your necklace. I grew up down there in Borgo. This is my shop. By the way, I'm Limeret Heartmane. I don't know if you know my family, but yeah, I'm from Borgo. We grew up raising Roscara."
Petra thinks. She's trying to see if she recognizes the name.
Okay, that's a history check. Nope. Doesn't sound familiar at all. Never heard of him.
She lived right next to him all her life. Doesn't remember again.
They didn't have.
Nope, her
they
brain
didn't
just
give her
died.
food. That was it. Didn't give her food, so she didn't know. Yeah. So no memory.
Not really.
And he just kind of goes, that's fine. Don't worry about it. We were a small farm up on the north side of Borgo.
Oh yeah, I grew up on the west side.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah,
my mom and my
Roscar
dad.
farm up on the north. You want to eat something? We got good food here.
Yes!
Kind of ushers her off to the table, gets her a menu, and he goes, "Whatever you need, you just let me know. 10% discount." And then he just turns and takes off. Clearly doesn't have time for small talk. He obviously wants to. He seems like a really friendly guy, but he clearly does not have time for small talk as the place is packed. It's clearly a very popular cuisine. Now, going back to Raynor. Raynor is at the blacksmith shop. What is Raynor doing?
I am looking for some new armor, a mace, a shields, like something that looks good in there?
Okay, so you walk into the shop and you just kind of look around. You see several items on the wall. You do not see the blacksmith himself, but you do hear like a clanging coming from a secondary room in the back. You assume that's where the forge itself would be. So as you walk in, on one wall you see several different types of shields and things. So some of them you can actually feel magic coming from. Others you don't feel anything in particular coming from. But they're all very clearly well made at the very least.
Okay. And the maces and armor and stuff like that?
The maces, you see weaponry on one wall to the left, you see the shields on a wall to the right, and then lining the center, you just see several different mannequins standing there in full plate mail and things like that.
Okay. All right, well, first I'd like to take a look at the maces.
Okay, so you go over and you start looking at the maces, and these are definitely better than yours. Like, you look at them, they are clearly superior to your mace. Just the nice tan on the handle, the wrap of the leather is much nicer. The points on the mace head itself are much finer points. It's made of a heavier, solid metal. This is clearly a superior mace to your own.
Okay, so I'd like to buy one of those maces then.
Okay. So the shopkeeper is out the back. Okay. So you hear him back there clanging away, but he can't see you through the door.
Okay. So I knock on the door and say hello, or not hello, greetings.
And give me are you saying greetings, or are you shouting it, or are you banging hard, soft? Like a little more information, just so I know what to work with.
Enough force to basically not be like, a pain in the butt, but to get his attention kind of thing.
Okay, so you are pounding hard enough to try and go over the sound of the hammer din?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hear a pause in the dinning of the hammer for a moment, and he listens, and then you hear it kind of lightly go tink tink, and so he's set it down, and then you hear like what sounds like rustling, and then a couple shuffled steps. The door cracks open, and you don't see anything for a split second, and then you realize you need to look down, and there's a rather stocky dwarf there, and he's got, soot all up around his beard. Yeah, he's got 7 different rings, all different gold rings throughout his beard. It's all braided together, and he kind of looks gruff with the soot and all up on his arms as well. He's got these leather gloves on from working at the forge, and he goes, "Yeah, can I help you?"
I said, yes, I'd like to take a look at one of your maces on the wall there. Do I have to do an inspection to see, like, the quality of it, or?
If you want to inspect it for quality, you can. That would be a perception check.
A perception? Okay, I'll do a perception.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so the mace is definitely higher quality than the one that you have. It appears to be not like insane quality, but it's definitely better than what you've got.
Okay, so I would like to buy one of these maces, please.
And he looks at the maces on the wall, kind of thumbs his nose a bit, looks at you, looks at the mace on the wall, and goes, "Yeah, I can part with that. About 1,000 gold."
1,000 gold? Whoa. Well, I don't have 1,000 gold, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's you problem, not me problem.
So
Jesus
here's
Christ.
a question. By any chance, do you know of this uncut gem of what it's worth? And I pull out this uncut gem.
He looks at the gem, looks at you, looks at the gem, he goes, "That looks like a rock to me."
What?
"That looks like a rock to me."
Look like a rock to you? Okay. By any chance, can you tell me the price?
He kind of wipes his forehead, like takes his hand to the side and kind of flicks it, and you just see several beads of sweat fly off his hand. He's been working the forge for a while. He goes, "All right, so what you want to do? You want to take that there shiny rock? You want to go down the street about 4 buildings. And down there, you're gonna find yourself a jeweler. He gonna know about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go, what are your prices on your armor and shield?
Okay, so he turns and he looks at the shields on the wall, and he points to one and he goes, "That one's about 2,500. That one's about 1,500."
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to the jeweler. You have a good one.
And he kind of just and spits the thing that he'd been trying to hawk up that whole conversation into a little tin he's got there off to the side. Yep. Turns around, closes the door behind him, walks back, and you just hear the forge going ding again as you walk out of the building. All right. So, New, you have gone into the college. This college is your home. You are back home again. What's the first thing New does? Keep in mind, New is aware that Toby is following her into this college. So what's New up to?
New's gonna check with Toby and see what exactly he's like looking for and see if she can help him find whatever.
Just looking for research papers, really. I'm keen, avid interest in magical and history. So I kind of look up what different creatures are available, because I was always researching new and interesting creatures. So anything to do with what's the word I'm trying to find here? Trying to think of the analytical term for creatures. I can't remember the word. Yeah, fauna.
Fauna. Sorry.
Yeah,
Fauna,
that's the word.
Flora. Flora's
Yeah,
fauna.
fauna.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you confused me there for a second.
Yeah, the fauna categories.
So you're wanting to look for books, or you're wanting to look for the actual creatures?
Books, because the actual creatures wouldn't be here.
Okay, so he's looking for books.
Books on magic and history and stuff.
Yeah.
And creatures in specific, yes.
You being really familiar with books in general, especially when it comes to this college, would very quickly direct him towards like the library of the college, where like the central bank of information that everybody uses for their studies is.
Yeah, with New's familiarity to this college, she would be able to tell him exactly what sections each of these books would be in. She is very much a bookworm by her backstory, so she would be able to be like, oh, well, if you're looking for that, that's going to be over here in this part of the library, and this kinds of book would be over there, and it would be able to literally like point out exactly what shelves you're looking for, kind of thing. If that's what New chose to do, I'm just letting you know, Zoe, since you're a rather new player, you would have that familiarity.
She would do that.
Okay, so she just points out like literally like over there is this and this and that's over there and that's over there, because this is her home turf. This is where she went to college at. This is where she's currently going to college at.
Where would you recommend to eat afterwards? This is directed at New.
Yeah.
You need a little help?
New's never been much of one to fuss too much over what she ate, as long as it was, nutritious enough. So
yes, but being around the college, she would have heard several people talk about the cuisine on the bridge, so to speak. She wouldn't remember specifically anything, but she would know that the bridge was where most people went.
She would point him towards the bridge then after.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll be spending probably a good 3 hours at least in the library researching all different various creatures just to keep my studies up.
Okay.
New will let him know that she's gonna head off and try and find one of the professors that knows a bunch about, the arcane arts and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of direct him in the direction of the wing of the college that she'll be in case he needs to find her, and then go.
Okay, yeah, fine. Have fun. I go off to the library like a kiddie school code. It's got blocks with creatures in it.
The dingo ate my baby.
And Jarvis is following me from behind as well.
Okay.
Still cooking something, but we can't quite tell yet.
Strugs.
Oh no, that's later.
Okay, so Amaranth, you managed to find the library on your own. What is Amaranth doing?
She's gonna look to see if she can find anything about this. Let me get my journal up because I have it. The memorial and about this Tenebris.
Okay, which Tenebris?
Oh, I didn't write that down.
Rip.
Damn it. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't
So she's
remember.
going to be browsing shelves, or how are you
Ooh,
searching for this
and
information?
she's gonna look for something called a guy called Phobrix.
Okay.
That's what she looked for.
All right.
She can't
So
remember that.
are you searching this library yourself? or-
I'll go to the librarian and say, do you have anything on a guy called Phobrix? I think he's like a lich.
So the librarian turns around. She's got several books in her hands that she was putting away on the shelf, and she looks at you for a moment, and then she turns and she starts putting stuff back on the shelf, and as she's thinking, and then she pauses for a moment, and then goes back to putting stuff on the shelf. She pauses for a moment, looks at you, goes back to putting stuff on the shelf, and then she turns back to you a third time, and she goes, "I've never heard of him, but liches would be in aisle 7A35X9 over there." And then she turns back and she goes,
X9.
Glad I'm not the only one who does that.
"Yep, 753X9.
753X9. 753X9. 753X9. 753X9.
You just Amaranth just repeats this to herself, and the other people in the area just look at her strangely and think she must be going insane or something.
Yeah, because they're all familiar with this library to the point that they don't need to do this, because they understand that that's a specific, very specific number format. That 753 would be the bookshelf. X9 is this specific section. Being that it's in the X section, it's the 9th shelf itself, and it's in the 753rd slot. This is a very big library. You can see by the map that central tower is the library.
Okay.
This is a huge library.
Huge ass
Torlura, as all of your characters would be aware, I should point this out. All of your characters would be aware of this. Torlura is the capital of the Fundinian Empire.
Would I know that?
Everybody would know that. You're all from this particular continent.
Okay, cool.
So everybody's familiar. You're not all familiar with being here, but you've all heard of Torlura. Everybody's aware that it's the continent, or that it's the capital of Fundinia.
Petra's aware, she just doesn't care.
Yeah, Petra's aware, but to her it's like whatever. This is just some fancy city. It's not Borgo, so it don't matter.
Exactly.
It's not food.
No, it's just not Borgo.
Okay, so Amaranth is looking for what? What's the number that you got?
Ooh, I wrote it down. 753X9. 753X9.
Okay, so
753X9.
since you went and you got assistance and she pointed you in the general direction, I'm going to say you went ahead and found it. Good job. So you pull up this book and you flip through it a little bit. Nothing interesting. Grab another book, flip through it, and there's just tome after tome about different liches. And you're going through all of them one after the other, and then you come across this book that looks like it hasn't been touched in a long, long time. And you open it up, and it's written in a language you don't understand.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
Can I sneakily put the book in my bag?
You can certainly try.
Oh no.
Okay, a second.
Remember,
What would
you
like
are exhausted, so you will be rolling at disadvantage.
Oh, well then who knows?
Maybe you could borrow it.
Oh, but borrowing's for losers.
Oh, it is not the British way.
It isn't the British way. The British way is to ask and wait in lines.
We do love a good queue.
We do love a good queue.
We do love a good.
I will confidently walk out like the book belongs to me. Then.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Then I want a performance check at disadvantage.
At disadvantage. Okay. Oh, that's wrong one. Ignore that. Sorry, that was not the right one. Unless you want to take one of those and then just minus the. I guess it would be -3.
I'll let you roll again if you want. It's up to you.
Okay. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get this time. It's even worse.
No, that's actually better because your last one, if you look at your low roll, was a 3.
Oh yes, I am.
So a 7 is better than that. So you turn and you walk out. You get right to the door, and then the librarian just taps you on the shoulder, and she goes, "Excuse me, you didn't check that out." And then she just like kind of aggressively points right past your face to a counter over to the side, where it clearly says "check out."
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
You have to go in a line. You like a good queue.
I'm British. She's not British.
I don't know. Sounds
Thanks.
kind of British to me.
Alright, well, go to check out, I guess.
Okay. So you're doing that. Now, let's move on. Let's see. I've got Neil went to search for somebody that would know about the arcane. What specifically is she trying to figure out right now? Because she would know what teacher would be best.
Right. Since she didn't really get a whole lot of time between like when she decided to leave and when everything happened, she's just gonna go searching for the professor to see if they can, like, one that's familiar with magic relics and things like that, to see if they're familiar with her mysterious focus in any way.
Okay.
And that she might be able to impart like the information that she learned from Windsor expedition dumping her about the day she missed, to see if any of that rings any bells with them as to what this mysterious dark entity might be.
Okay. So, what teacher would that be? What's the name? New. What's the name of the teacher?
Professor Lupin, Defense Against Dark Arts.
You can use a fantasy name generator if you prefer, or I can use one if you prefer.
Hang on.
But this is your city. You are welcome to do this.
Pollara. Professor Pollara.
Pollara. Okay. Is Pollara a male or female?
Female.
Okay. And what race?
Palara.
You said what?
Palara.
Palara.
Yep.
All right. And what race?
In case it's needed for later. They are a elf.
Okay. Elf. All right. So Pollara, the female elf, Professor Pollara. Okay. So you go to find Professor Pollara to see if she would know about this relic that you got in the markets a couple weeks ago. So you go straight to her classroom, and you go to knock on the door, and then you realize it is 8 o'clock in the morning. She just started class. You would be interrupting her class if you were to go particularly attempting to get her attention.
How long is the class going to be?
You know that each class is an hour, and that she has 4 classes in the morning, a lunch break, and then 3 classes in the afternoon.
And the time frame between classes?
5 minutes. Of course, you're also aware that all the professors are available after their last class of the day for about a 3-hour window before they go home.
Right. Neil will kind of poke her head in and determine or take a look and see how busy the class actually is to see if she just wants to wait the hour and try and squeeze in between classes.
All right, There are 49 students in the classroom, so it's about half full at the moment, and she's currently giving a lecture.
And you would just like slip in and take a seat on the side and just kind of
You can certainly try.
enjoy the lecture.
You can certainly try. Roll a. I'm gonna say. Let's roll a stealth at advantage. Okay, yeah, you slip right in and sit down like you belong.
She's just gonna enjoy the like information for a bit while she waits.
And the lecture that she's going on is about ancient relics from before the Nolian Schism, which you, being a studious student, would know about that particular period. The Nolian Schism was when the original 5 great countries of Nolia essentially all went to war with each other, and the country borders were shattered, and that's what caused so many smaller countries to be born. Specifically, she's talking about just artifacts from the Kingdom of Puertia. Okay, now, who have I not covered? I got Raynor, Petra, Toby, Amaranth, New. Am I missing anybody? I feel like I'm missing somebody.
I was heading towards
Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
Windsor.
Okay. Yeah, Windsor.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Windsor. I was like, I know I'm missing
here
somebody.
too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Okay. So Windsor is looking for tattoo parlor or something like that, right? And
Correct,
didn't
yes.
really particularly find anything. So what is he doing now?
Just wandering the city, getting the lay of the land.
Okay. Can I get a perception check? Okay. And just ping on the map about where you think Windsor would wander towards.
Okay, how do one ping? Won't ping.
You just hold down left click. Okay, so you'd head over there? Okay. So you would not find a monastery or a tattoo parlor. However, this building here that you would have walked past, you would notice is a hospital, and by hospital I mean traditional hospital. It is a place of rest. So similar to an inn, but a lot quieter. So it is a place for essentially sleeping and resting. There's no food or anything like that, but it's a place where you can rent a room for the night.
Okay.
In case that comes up later, do know that you saw it. Other than that, you don't really find anything of particular interest for Windsor himself. But I'm going to have you roll a survival check as well. Okay, so with the survival check, I will say you did notice that most of the people with tattoos are all heading over towards this building.
Yeah, also I have little berets on and smoking cigarettes. No, wait, no.
Yeah, exactly. No, no. All of the people that seem to have any sort of tattoo marks, especially ones with fresh, are either going or coming from that direction.
Okay,
I return.
I'll check that building out.
Okay. Welcome back, Petra. So you go over there to check it out. Sure enough, that place is a tattoo parlor.
Okay, I'll go inside, wait to be served.
All right, so you go inside and you wait 3 days. No. So you go inside, and it's a pretty popular place. You can see that there's several people sitting in a lobby area waiting. And there's a back area where you can see they're using a traditional method, which is where they take a sharp piece of bamboo that is splintered on one end. They're dipping it in ink, and then almost like a pull cue, running it along the gap between their thumb and their pointer finger, and just kind of tapping at it with a small little piece of wood, causing it to bounce into the skin, doing a little, almost like a chisel effect to tattoo this into the skin. It's a very old technique.
Right.
But it's one that you would be familiar with. It's likely one that they would use in a monastery. I'm not going to overrule your backstory, so I won't say it's one that you have seen, but it's one that you'd be familiar with.
For, yeah.
Okay.
Do they seem to only be working in black and white, or do they have colors as well?
They have a few colors, but they don't have a wide selection of colors. They seem to have the basics. They have reds, blues, greens, a pale yellow, and a purple. The purple, all of the different inks have their own price tag on them, and the purple is more expensive than the other inks, as it is a much harder color to produce naturally.
Right. Okay, when I get a chance to be served, I show them my outline on my lower sleeve, and explain to them what I want is two flaming snakes in red and yellow intertwined going down my lower sleeve.
Okay. And is this a very complicated outline, or is it very simple?
I think it's pretty simple. The intertwining is about the most complicated.
Okay.
I would think.
Then I'm gonna say 3D. Roll 3d4. We'll see how long it would take. That's 2d4. Okay, so it'll take about 7 hours. So you get up there and you explain to them, the tattoo that you want, and he kind of looks at the design that you've drawn, and he goes, "Man, that's some good art you got there. I could do that for you, yeah. Come on over." And he escorts you to this, it's not a very comfortable chair. It's got a lean forward section, and then just a spot that you essentially straddle like a saddle. And you sit down on that, and you just kind of lean forward, and you put your arm up on this table in front of you, and he sits down on the other side of it and gets to work just tapping away at this piece of wood, dipping it into ink, tapping away, dipping into ink, tap away, and this is going to progress until, let's see, what did we say, 7 hours? So you're going to be stuck there until 1500 or 3 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, so let me write down that. And now we should be back to Raynor. What is Raynor doing?
I was heading towards the jeweler.
Okay, so you go to the jeweler.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you walk into the jeweler's and you see there are two rather fancy-looking gentlemen standing at the very back at a counter where they can oversee the entire shop. There's several different areas where you can see different gems, necklaces, and things on display. And as you look around, you notice that they have a section that's specifically just gems. And then there's a section where it shows different insets that you can use and things like that in case you want custom stuff. And you walk in, and as soon as you do, one of the gentlemen in the back, he's standing there, he's got his arms folded behind his back, and then he takes one hand out and he kind of waves it over the shop as he goes, "Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. We have anything to delight anyone, I'm quite sure."
I go towards the gentleman and say, "Greetings. I was just at the blacksmith, and he told me to come to you, fine people, and I have this uncut gem, and I'm just wondering what it's worth."
Okay.
And so I show the uncut gem, of course.
All right. So I need a charisma check from you. Just a straight charisma check.
Okay.
So click
Let's
on the
see.
charisma skill itself.
Where are you? Charisma. Oh, wait. Is that in the attributes?
Yes, it's on the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side. Okay,
Attributes
hang on.
on the left side at the bottom. It says
My
charisma as
actual
well.
charisma.
Yeah, your
Okay.
actual charisma.
And an ability check?
Yes, ability check.
Okay, normal. There we go.
Okay. All right, that's a good roll. So he looks at the gem, he looks at you, and he kind of waves his hand over to the counter where the jewel section is, and he goes, "If you'll follow me," and he leads you over there, and he sits down at the desk that he's got behind the counter there, and then he holds out his hand and he goes, "Let me see it, please."
I give him the gem.
Okay, so he takes the gem, he sets it down in front of him, pulls out a couple jeweler's tools, and he starts working on the gem. You're going to be there for about an hour.
Okay.
So let me go like this. Okay. And Petra, what is Petra doing? Let's say Petra was able to eat, ordered a bunch of food, loved every bit of it. It was amazing. It was all great food, reminding her of her homeland.
Yep.
And so Raynor is going to be stuck there until 10, just so you know. But Petra, so Petra was able to eat, get everything that she wanted. So now what is Petra doing now that she has eaten? Right?
Petra goes up to the person who served her, and taps him on the shoulder.
Okay, so you're going to what was it, Linret? Linret Heartmane? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Tap him on the shoulder and
She will ask him a question. Hey, there's things I need to hunt, and I'm not entirely sure where they are. I'm not sure if you know, but do you might happen to know someone, or do you might happen to know if there is Maposaurus, Giganotosaurus, or Tyrannosaurus around this area, maybe further away somewhere?
he thinks for a moment and he goes, "Well, shoot, I don't rightly know, but I bet you the people at the college know. They're pretty great down there. If you go to the library, there's the librarian there can help point you to some books that probably know. But you don't look like the book type."
She shakes her head.
He continues to think for a moment, and he goes, "I tell you what, I got a cousin who works down at the library. He's familiar with some of that stuff. I'll reach out to him. Give me a couple hours, okay?"
She nods. Is there anywhere I can just relax, sit down, so I can?
So on the bridge, there's several areas where you can relax. There's benches and things like that.
No, she's asking him.
Oh, she's asking him. Okay. Yeah. So he goes, "Well, you're welcome to take a break right outside. There's a rest area there, or well, I mean, you're basically family from Borigo too. So if you want, we got a lounge area in the back for mostly for employees, but I'll let you hang out back there if you just wanna hang out."
Petra looks at him, thinks, and asks, "Do you need any help around here?"
He looks around for a minute and he goes, "Well, I mean, we just got a load of stuff from the fair if you want to help bring it up from the pier."
She nods, and she sets her bag down so that she's not, gonna get encumbered from all the weight that she's gonna be lifting.
Makes sense. She also has that strength buff as well because of the food.
Yes.
All right, so she's going to be helping with the unloading then?
Yep.
Okay, and with that, he is going to give her the meal on the house for assisting with the labor. Okay, so everybody's got generally something that they're doing at this point. Let's see. Toby is still in the library. I assume still researching, right?
Yeah, like I say, he's going to be doing that up to, because like I said, we got in there at 8. He's going to be doing that up to about 11 o'clock, and then he's going to go into the bridge for something to eat.
Okay. So about 11 o'clock. Good. Amaranth has managed to check out her book from the library, had to sign her name and everything. Now has the book. What is she doing with the book?
She's going to find someone who can translate the book.
Okay. How's she going to do that?
Look around.
Okay. That would be a perception check.
Okay.
And are you checking in the library, outside the library? You wandering around the college? Where is
I'm
Amaranth
going to
looking?
check inside the library because the best place is the people who are already there. Hopefully they should know
Okay.
how to read it. I can't see shit.
You do not see anybody. You look around and you're just a bunch of random college students. None of them particularly says, "Hey, I can read other languages." It's just a bunch of students studying for their schoolwork.
I'll go back to the librarian and be like, "Hi there. Do you know if there's a book that can help me translate this?"
And she looks at the book that you're holding, looks at you, and she goes, "Well, I don't know what language it is. But if you're looking to understand it, over there." And she points you to section 397 Z5.
397 Z5, 397 Z5, 397 Z5, 397 Z5. I have to. I won't remember. I'm being serious. I will forget.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So everybody is busy doing something. Amaranth is going over there. Neil is waiting for the class to end, which the class will have just ended. And there's a 5-minute window. Is she going to wait for the next class, or is she going to try and talk in that 5-minute window?
As she's going to try and talk in the 5-minute window, like as soon as the class gets dismissed, she's going to very quickly make her way up to the professor.
Okay, so she runs up to the professor, and the professor's sitting there working on paperwork, getting ready for the next class. And she goes, "I already told you, if you need to turn in your homework, do so in the bin over there." And she starts flipping through the rest of her stuff. She doesn't even look up.
Will this professor recognize Niu?
She hasn't looked up yet. Niu is familiar with this professor. She does have a class with this professor. It's part of her typical studies. So the professor does know Niu. Yes. But she has not looked up yet. She just assumed that it had to do with the class she just taught.
Niu's going to be like, I don't need to turn in any homework. I need to ask you some questions about a very unique item that I happen to come across.
And she stops flipping her papers and she looks up over top of her glasses directly at Niu. And she goes, "Okay, where is it?"
And she'll pull out her focus and hand it over.
She immediately slams close the book that she was going through and snatches the relic and starts looking at it, pulls out a little glass from her pocket and starts going over it. And she's like, "Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, I haven't seen art. This is a... Wow, how does... Oh my goodness. This relic is very, very old. In fact, I believe this is one of the old relics from the Tenebris Oblitus era. Not much is known back then. I don't know if you know this, but the Tenebris Oblitus era is actually a blank spot in history. Nobody really knows what happened back then. But you see the way that there's this carving here, and the way that the light doesn't shine on this gem in the middle. Yes, it's quite interesting. Okay. If you leave this with me for a couple hours, I might be able to tell you a little bit more about it, but unfortunately, there's just not much to know about that era of history."
Niu will think about it for a second, because she doesn't really want to part with it, but at the same time, like, she needs to know more information, so She'll think and then be like, a couple hours, like, will I be able to stay here while you do this?
And she's like, oh yes, of course. My students are always welcome to sit into my lectures. As she's still just looking over this relic with this little magnifying glass that she has, checking what appears to be every square inch of this thing, quite fascinated by it.
Niu will nod in agreement and immediately find a place where she can at least keep a close eye on the thing while she waits.
Okay, so Niu is going to be stuck there until just after noon. Okay, who are we missing? Windsar's getting his tattoo, so everybody's waiting on something at this point. Awesome. So we're going to fast forward to 11. Okay, at 11
Just
o'clock.
double check. I've got the book to translate, so sorry.
Right. So you went to that section, and the section that she pointed you to is the learning languages section. It is all sorts of books on how to learn a language. They're basically essentially the Dummy's Guide to French kind of books, where it's
Idiot's Guide to Abyssal, Dummy's Guide to a
exactly. They're books on here's how to go to these areas and not sound like a bumbling idiot books. They're not very advanced books, but you can learn the basics of a language there, and potentially could be used to translate if you find corresponding words.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I'll just take a whole bunch of books, sit down, and try to
match them up.
try. To be honest, she's most probably gonna go. She'll most probably try to do this tomorrow because she's far too tired and far too hungry. So she's just gonna take the book and go and get some food.
Okay, so she's gonna check the books out and get some food.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just get some food.
Okay, so she checks the books out, goes to get some food. Anywhere in particular she's gonna go?
Somewhere that's moderately cheap but looks fancy. She's a fancy gal.
Okay. So I need a survival check to see if she can find where the food is.
Oh, she's gonna die.
Then rolls a 1. She walks into the river and drowns.
Hey, I just figured out how to walk on water.
There you go. All right, 16. So she's walking around and she just kind of follows her nose. She can definitely tell that there's food in that general direction. Eventually, she makes it to the bridge, as it's locally referred to. The bridge being the district of buildings on the bridge, obviously. And she discovers that there are several restaurants there. And she has her pick of basically cuisine from all over the empire and from neighboring countries as well. There are a few. So she goes in, she finds herself a place that's classy, but not expensive.
Yeah.
She goes in, sits down, a menu's brought to her, etc. It's, like I said, a classy place. So she was escorted to her table. They brought her a menu, took her drink order, etc. And with that being said, we're going to take a quick break so everybody can use the restroom, grab snacks, anything like that.
Okay.
So everybody take 5-ish minutes, try to be back around 6 o'clock. Or
All right.
or on the hour, we'll say, since I know it's not 6 for everybody, but try to be back in 4 or 5 minutes.
Cool.
I could just barely see. I could see one of the fans from just over my monitors because it's still where we had it last night.
On your new computer?
Yeah. And it's just pretty lights. Don't
need to get something to drink?
Yeah, Bex is gonna go get himself something to drink.
Okay.
Sorry, say that again, dear? Yeah, that little book I sent you. It's just an interesting cooking system for D&D.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a read. Obviously not
it's not.
right
It's not
now,
very.
but...
No. I'm not expecting right now. But it's a very quick read. It's not very long, but it leads a lot to open interpretation, which is quite handy when it comes to. And obviously, with my chefing background, I can add lib quite a few things to it.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't, lead to like, oh, I cooked this thing that kills the boss of every dungeon ever.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing like that. It's like tiny little buffs. It's like tiny little buffs depending on the DC of the food I make.
Yeah, I am always down for making sure your characters feel powerful and important and like your skills are relevant. Because I want everybody to feel like, like I want you to have fun, obviously.
Oh yeah. All it is it adds like little pluses like here and there.
Yeah, like the 2 HP temporary buff thing.
Yeah, it's very similar to that, but it just kind of expands on it. So it's like one of them, for example, I think it's like DC 15. It gives you +1 on all of your strength-based rolls for 24 hours when you eat it.
Okay, all right.
Simplistic things.
I like the one punch stew myself.
All right, let's do a roll check real quick. So first off, is Bex back?
No, she's getting drinks first.
Okay, then we'll stop there.
There you go. Yeah, that was quick.
That was quick and easy. I
Jeez.
am currently unwrapping a Christmas present that I got early because we did our Christmas stuff early. We did it earlier today because Acorn's gonna be out of town tomorrow. I got a figurine for My Hero Academia. I got a Deku figurine.
Oh, you're a Hero Academia fan.
I am a My Hero Academia fan.
I wonder if Jade is going to get her headdress as she always wanted.
No.
I like your... No, I'm not going to get that. It's like...
Look at that. Nappy.
Yeah, so I'll take a picture.
I don't think my tribe wears headdresses.
You better find out, because all I picture is just you, the way you look like right now.
We wear blankets.
Okay, I gotta find a blanket.
It's like a very specific kind of blanket.
Okay, I need that blanket. But I do need to have somehow find a way to get you the dress.
Okay.
I actually have
Is
one
Bex
of my
back?
blankets.
I am.
Okay. Is
All right.
Jade back?
Jade is back. I've been talking.
I know, I just gonna go through the whole list. Toonie, are you here?
Ja, var det mein fjär?
Torin?
Hoi hoi!
Zero?
I'm here.
Zoe?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Zoe's no longer part of the camp. No. Alright, so everybody's back. We will say it is 11 o'clock now. So we're gonna jump back to Raynor first. Because Raynor would have been done about an hour ago, actually. So, Raynor, you are still at this jeweler's, and he has been going over this gem, and he looks up from it, and he goes, this gem's probably worth about 600 gold, I would say.
600? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a fairly common type of emerald.
Okay. By any chance, would you like to buy it off me?
He looks at it, and looks at you, and he goes, I could do that. Would you like to sell it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so go ahead and add 600 to your gold and remove the gem from your inventory.
Okay.
And then what is Raynor doing as he leaves that shop?
Hold on. So 6, that would be 778. Well, I can't really buy anything, really, so I'm gonna go look for Petra, which obviously would be in the, direction of the smelling of the good food.
Yes. Not hard to find Petra. All right, so you're gonna take off to go look for Petra.
Yep.
Okay. And let me look here real quick. And who else is done at this point? So, Raynor is done. He's looking for Petra.
Obi.
Petra, you have finished unloading all of the stuff, and you get back, and Linret is at the back of the building when you get there with the last load of stuff, and he goes, "Well, man, I really tried to find information on the Gigalotosaurus thing, but my cousin doesn't really know. I mean, shoot, dinosaurs really aren't common in this area. That's more of an Ordonia kind of thing, isn't it?" And kind of scratches his head as he's talking.
Petra just nods. I understand. It is my journey, after all.
He kind of nods a little bit, a little disappointed in himself for not being able to help it. He goes, "Well, I'll tell you what. You're gonna be in town for a while, hopefully. So, you're welcome to grab a bite here anytime you like on the house."
And she nods her head respectfully and says thank you.
And he nods back and then steps back inside. He's got a business to run, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
And so she goes off to try and find the college.
Try and find the college. Okay, so you and Raynor are walking towards each other. You'll bump into each other in a little bit. Toby, it's 11 o'clock. You are now leaving the library? Are you taking anything with you?
No, I'm not taking any books with me. I would have had enough time to research them there. I would have made lots of notes in my book again about other new creatures that I come across.
Okay.
Just backing up my character's history of creatures and my own, obviously, personal knowledge. And I would head to the bridge, which I was directed from New.
Okay.
To go sample the interesting foods to add them to my repertoire of cookbook.
Okay. So you head off in that direction, which you don't need to do any rolls. You already know the direction from New's help.
Yep.
As you're walking that way, you also see Raynor is walking that direction. So you two bump into each other.
On my walk there, I'll be talking to Jarvis, telling him about the new foods we're going to sample, who obviously gets very excited. Making excited sounds, which is just basically bubbling and gargling because he can't speak.
Okay. And what is Amaranth doing? She is just eating her fill at this rather classy establishment.
Gonna
dine and dash.
Pay, leave, and she's also gonna try and find somewhere to check in to sleep, because she realizes that she's like, where am I gonna sleep tonight?
Okay. So your meal was 4 gold.
That's fine.
Because it was a really nice meal, but not overpriced. It wasn't one of the most expensive places, but it was not a cheap one.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So you're going to attempt to find somewhere to sleep?
Yes.
Okay, then
Or
I
someone
need...
to at least drop my stuff off,
Okay, then I'm going to need another survival check from you to see if you can figure out where somewhere to sleep would be.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you remember in your half-asleep state as you stumbled towards food that you actually passed that same hospital that Raynor noticed, or that Windsor noticed earlier Why do I keep getting those two mixed up? I swear to God. That Windsor noticed earlier, you happened to
weird.
see that hospital where you could actually rent a room.
It's the R
Okay.
at the
So
end.
you would be able to walk in that direction, knowing that that's somewhere that you could rest.
Cool.
It's not a fancy establishment, but that just means saving money.
Yeah.
So you would walk that direction, and you would actually bump into Petra, who was also walking that direction. So you and Petra are together. Raynor and Toby are together, walking the opposite direction. New. What is New doing? Still waiting for the professor?
Yep.
Okay. So New is still waiting. That leaves Windsor, who is still getting a tattoo. All right, so
Tap 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 tap.
pretty much.
Ouch!
Okay, so all of you that are not currently busy bump into each other on the street in one big cluster together. The rest of you, being Windsor, you are getting a tattoo. So you're stuck there.
Find anything interesting? Toby says to Raynor.
Well, I sold my uncut gem for 600 gold.
Oh, nice. Mine's in Jarvis here.
Oh, I see.
That's his little power core.
Oh, very nice.
Jarvis whistles with some steam coming from somewhere.
Petra looks at Raynor, Toby, and Amaranth before continuing to walk off to try and find the college. She's on a mission. She is very focused on something, which is not normal for her.
No, it is not.
I
So
think you
I
might
will
want to
follow.
follow your little friend.
Yeah, I start following Petra.
I'll be at the bridge if you need to find me.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Amaris.
Hi, I'm tired. And I'm full.
You're tired and full.
Mm-hmm.
You want to find somewhere to sleep, my dear.
I am. I'm going to find somewhere to sleep now at the hospital.
Ah, well, you have fun. I'm going to go have something to eat.
There's a place I went to, and I'll just recommend the place I went to. That was alright. A little pricey, but it was kind of cheap.
Petra,
Okay.
not too far away from them, says, "Go to the building with the Rascara on it." The
Oh, yeah, I know what that
pointing
is.
towards the sign.
Yep, Toby would be familiar with that animal.
Especially now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, like, I'm going to head towards the bridge. I'm probably the only one now heading towards the bridge.
Okay. So you head towards the bridge.
Yep.
Petra
I'll let
and
you
Raynor
do it.
are headed towards the library. Amaranth is going to the
College.
hospital to sleep. Yeah, the library and the college.
Yeah.
Or no, you're just going to the college itself. You're not going to the library. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to the college. Okay, so Toby, which restaurant are you going to? Are you going to the one that Amaranth recommended, the one that Petra recommended, or are you just going to pick something else?
I'll go to the one Petra recommended first.
Okay.
This is gonna be a good 2 hours of eating. So
Okay, so you're just going to go sample the foods and get a few recipes under your belt?
pretty much, yeah. This is what I'm going to be doing for 2 hours. I am more than willing to spend up to 20 gold in these 2 hours,
Okay.
sampling lots of different foods from as many different restaurants as I can for 20 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, I want like a little smorgasbord of different foods from different places, and I'll be analyzing and working out what's in the recipes. And if I can't work it out, I'll be asking the owners, kindly, about some of their recipes and whether they're willing to share some of the recipes for a would-be traveler.
Okay. So then we'll say you start at the Borgian restaurant,
Mhm.
and they're all very friendly there. You have some of their foods. Their foods are very what would be considered comfort foods. They're
Oh yeah.
dishes similar to mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, shepherd's pie, things of that nature.
Yep.
So very
Sounds good.
like down home foods, right?
Yep.
And-
I'll say I was recommended from Petra, by the way.
Yeah, so because you mentioned Petra's name, the store owner is going to give you that same 10% discount that he originally offered to her. So you're only going to have to pay 1 gold for this particular restaurant. As you go to the fancy one that Amaranth recommended, you're also going to have to pay 4 gold there. And then that leaves 5 other restaurants, and each of them are not too expensive. We'll say 1 gold for, we'll say 2 gold for each of them, except for the last one is a very fine establishment. You walk in, and it becomes immediately apparent. This is very different to the other restaurants. The cheapest dish on the menu here is 15 gold.
Ooh.
It is a very classy, expensive restaurant. Just walking in, you can smell like the different fresh wines that they make in their own winery. It is a very nice place. This is clearly a place that's not necessarily for the nobles, because obviously the nobles have their own quarter, but this is definitely the people that are just barely unable to make it into the nobles' quarter. This is for the upper class, so to speak.
I will probably not dine in that place, just because that's a bit too much for what I'm trying to cook, because that's a bit too more above my level yet.
Okay.
So I will just, like I say, I'll spend that 15 gold then.
Okay, yep. So you should have the 1 gold from the first place, 4 gold from the other,
and 5, and then 10 in total from the other 5.
Nope, you only went to 4 of them, so 8 from that.
Oh, I thought there was 5. Sorry.
No, there's 7. There's 7 restaurants. There's the first one, and I said that there's 5 others, but the last of the 5 was the expensive one.
So 13 gold altogether.
That is correct.
Cool, not a problem.
Okay, so that's what you do for the next 2 hours. So you're tied up until 1300.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll take off 13 gold.
No, Amaranth. Amaranth, you go straight back to the hospital, and they tell you that you can rent a room for a night for 1 gold, or you can rent a room for a week for 5 gold.
I'll rent it for a week. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but it's better to just pay the week, and then I know I've got it.
All right, so they direct you to a room off to the side. The room doesn't have any sort of lock or security on it. It's not a very nice room, but it's got a bed. It's got a chest in there that you can put your stuff in, with a latch that you can put your own lock on it if you happen to acquire one. And it's a nice little place to just get some sleep.
Cool.
So you go in there. I'm assuming you go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the chair. Like if it has a chair, I'm gonna put the chair against the door, as there's no lock in here.
Okay, I'll allow that. So chairs against the door to make sure that nobody barges in on you, and you go get some sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're down till 1900 if you don't want to, if you're trying to get rid of the exhaustion point. Okay.
Yeah.
Now at this point, I'm going to do that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Now then, going back to the rest of that, let's see, it is just about noon at this point. Am I skipping over anything anybody's doing? I don't think so.
Petra.
Okay, so yeah, I was just gonna ask, what is Petra doing at the college? What is she looking for?
She's kind of looking around for someone who might be able to give her the information that she's looking for or direct her towards it.
Okay. So where is she looking for this person?
Right now she's out in the hallways because she's not going through any closed doors or anything. She's just going through the hallways looking around. She's very out of place in this
Yes, she definitely would be. It's very much not her place. Okay. As she's looking around, she hears a loud crack noise all of a sudden, and several horses go running through the streets right past her. They're knocking shit over. They're running in the halls. They're running outside of the building. Something clearly has spooked them, and she sees that 2 of the horses that go taking off running have a carriage, and inside the carriage is a noble lady and her small son in the carriage, and they're both screaming as the horse is going insane and running away.
Oh. She's gonna kind of look at the scene and try to follow it.
Okay, is she following the direction of the noise or the way the horses are going?
The way the horses are going.
Okay. Is she like running after them, or is she just like going that way? So she's running after them?
Yeah, I run after them too.
Okay. Are you just chasing them to see where they go, or?
I'm gonna try. Petra's gonna try to get the horses to calm down a little bit.
Okay. That'll be an animal handling roll. What is Windsor attempt? I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm gonna write this down. What is Raynor attempting to do?
Trying to stop the horses.
Okay, so you're also trying to stop them? Okay, let me get an animal handling roll from you as well.
Okay. Let's see here. Oof.
Yeah, so you run out and attempt to stop the horse, and you take 1d4. You take 4 damage when you get hit by a horse that just runs right past you and smacks right into your shoulder.
Oh.
Knocks you to your ass. Petra, on the other hand, you managed to calm down the 2 horses that were running with the carriage. And the noble lady and the boy are still in the back of the carriage, screaming their heads off, freaking out. They haven't realized that the carriage has completely stopped at this point. You have managed to save them.
So she kind of doesn't know what commands the horses, know. So she just says, "Stay," in a very calm manner.
Okay.
Holding her arms out and slowly lowering them in a kind of a stay here motion.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes over to the carriage and opens the door.
Okay.
Hey, are you... And talks to the lady. Hey, are you all right? What was going on here?
So she's lightly sobbing. The boy's freaking out, and she's just like, we were on our way to the music lesson, and there was a loud noise, and the horses got spooked, and our driver fell off the carriage. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Petra Boulderwoods, she says.
She hands you a coin with an insignia on it. And she goes, if anybody ever gives you trouble in this town, you show this to them. Okay? You show this to them. And you tell them that the Ironwoods are backing you.
She nods her head respectfully and helps direct the horses out of the college if they're in the college.
The carriage was right outside of the college hallway.
Okay.
It was running past. The other horses were running through the hallway.
Okay. So she directs the horses out.
Okay. So a couple minutes later, the driver kind of limps his way up and he catches up to you and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much. Thank you." And he climbs back on and he turns to lean in, look through the window at his lady, and he apologizes to her in a language you don't understand. And then he tips his hat to you and he goes, "Thank you again. We've got to go. We're running late." And you could see that he's not feeling good. He got thrown off the carriage, but they take off back down the street and head off towards the other side of the bridge from where you guys initially landed. He's going to the other section. He's headed in, where's my mouse? This direction over here. Okay. So he leaves you behind, and you see the little boy kind of poke his head out of the window and wave at you with a smile on his face.
Petra smiles and waves back before turning towards the college and walking in.
Okay. So you go back into the college hallway, and you are looking for somebody that can point you in the direction of animals, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get a perception check. y'all have spread out across this entire map. I'm literally having to go from one scene to the next back and forth. Okay, 13. Yeah, so you're walking these halls, just circling this huge college. When you happen to look through one of the windows and you see that there is an not necessarily elderly man, but a late middle-aged man is in one of the courtyards, and he's dealing with several animals at once. He's caring for them, and also it looks like he's studying them and writing notes and things like that. So he's clearly somebody that would know about animals. He's clearly studying these particular animals.
So Petra would try to get outside and walk up to him to kind of, ask the same question she asked the restaurant owner or worker.
Okay.
Hey, do you know where I might happen to find Tyrannosaurus, Giganotosaurus, and a Mapusaurus?
He holds up a finger, just kind of like shushing you for a moment as he's watching one of the animals, and he holds it there for just a couple minutes as he watches. Then he writes down a note, and then he looks up to you, and he goes, "Well, of course I would know. Don't you know who I am? I run the animal studying section of this college. How? Do you know who I am?"
She very clearly looks like she does not live here. Like, she has the on her belt, there is a silver kind of buckle that shows the Rascara insignia of Borgo.
Yep. Him being an animal expert. Also, the animal studying section of this college, I'm an idiot. Anyway, he recognizes that immediately. Yeah. Yes, you are. Don't lie. You're judging. It's okay. I am prepared to humiliate myself for D&D. It's fine. Anyway, so...
How's that translate into family... never mind.
Okay, see, I feel better about myself already. Thank you, Torin. But yeah, so he otherwise would not have noticed anything about Petra. He doesn't really pay attention to people. He does, however, immediately notice the Rascara, and he goes, "Oh, you're Borgen. Okay, well, I can definitely help you then. What is it that you're looking for, you said?"
Tyrannosaurus, Giganotosaurus, and Mapusaurus is what the elders told me to hunt. I need to find them, but I don't know where they are.
And he goes, "Oh, well, that's easy. Everybody knows that the Tyrannus is in the Maunuisia province. That's over that way." And he just points in the general direction of west. And then he goes, "Maunuisia is its own principality, and they have several Tyrannuses there. Quite fearsome creatures. You should be quite careful. They're much bigger than you. I don't know if you know that, but they are large. As for the Giganotosaurus, or the... Did you say Giganotosaurus? Whatever it was that you said, I don't recognize your accent very well. My apologies. Either way, those would be in the Protectorate of Bagna. That would be this way." And he points, again, in the general direction, but this time he's pointing generally northeast. And then he goes, "And lastly, the Mapusaurus would be in Caria. That's where they're most native to, in case you did not know."
Do you... She thinks, and then she looks back at him. "Do you might happen to also know where I may find Utahraptor?"
And he looks at you for a second and he goes, "Well, of course, they're all over the place. There's some in Pogliora, there's some in Ponia, there's some in Puertia. In fact, there's some right here in the Fondinian Empire, though they're on the very edge next to Poglia."
She nods and says, "Thank you for the information." And she looks at Raynor. And she no, she doesn't look at Raynor. And she brings out her notebook and kind of holds it up to him and says, "Hey, can you quickly write this down for me? Just so I don't forget in the future."
Who's writing it down?
You. She's asking you.
Oh.
She's asking you to write it in her notebook. She doesn't know how to write.
Oh, okay. Let's
No,
see.
she doesn't know how to spell the other things that he said.
The other
I know
countries.
there's like a notebook
Yeah.
here somewhere.
Words, but no, I don't understand.
So at the top right of the thing, there's what looks like an open book. It's two curved rectangle things.
Oh yeah.
One of them
journal.
has the name Petra. You click on that.
Oh, no,
And then
okay.
on the left, there's an
One
add
has
page.
Raynor.
You click
There's
on.
one that says Raynor, but that's it.
Yeah, you don't have access to hers. Let me give you access. Because she's allowing it. So I will give that access to. There you go. Okay, so now you should have access to Petra's notebook. You'll want to open it and go to add page.
Add
And then you'll
page.
add it there.
And what would the name? What would it be called?
I'm going to send you the map here so you can look it up, so you can see for yourself how to spell them. Because I don't want to sit here and turn our D&D session into a spelling session. But you're looking for the Principality of Malnuitia, which is the purple one on the left. You're also looking for Caria, which is the yellow one to the bottom right. And then you're also looking for the Protectorate of Bagna, which is at the top right. It's another purple one. Okay.
Oh lord. So what
If
should I
if
name
you
it?
spell them wrong, I will go back and fix it for you later. Just
Blind leading the blind here.
just write that into her book for her.
Okay, let's see. Coming of age. Create a new page, and
Okay.
then type in.
Yep, just type in there. Okay.
Okay.
That being said, we're gonna go ahead and move time forward a little bit. We will say it is now after lunchtime, so 1300, and the teacher has finished her lessons as well as her lunch break, and she waves New over.
New will go up to her.
And she goes, "Well, I've been looking this over, and there's a lot of information here, but unfortunately, most of it is unknown to us. It appears that this, like I originally said, seems to be from the Tenebrous era, but unfortunately, all records of that time are mostly lost to us. We don't know much. It's almost as if nobody wants us to understand what happened back then. But I was able to dig up a little bit of information on this particular gem here in the center. And this particular gem is a very rare one, and we don't know how they are formed or where they come from, but we only know that there are 5 of them in existence, and this is one of those 5. This is a very rare gem. There's only 5 of these, and you have one. Where did you get this?
From a random merchant in the market.
And she nods for a moment and she looks at it and looks at you and goes, "Okay, well, I guess you don't want to tell me where you really got it from, but I suppose that's fine. After all, there's no way a silly merchant would have a gem that's worth millions of gold, and would certainly not sell it to a student."
I'm sorry, millions?
Yes, that's what I said. Are you not paying attention?
Okay, so what is the gem exactly if it's this rare?
We don't know. That's what's fascinating about it. We know nothing about this gem at all. Every test we run on it, it rejects. We cannot gather any sort of data on it. We have no idea how it was made, where it comes from, or why it even exists. It doesn't reflect any light, it doesn't give off any of its own magical signature that we can detect, and yet there's a magical aura around it itself. It's as void as the night sky, and we have no information about it. And yet there are 5 of them in existence, and we can't tell a damn thing.
She's gonna think for a minute. And then try and relay some of the information from the day that she was told about by Windsor, leaving out just the one bit of information about the deal with the hag, and see if any of that triggers any.
Remember that.
She was expedition jump.
Yeah, she was told about it.
Oh.
She has secondhand knowledge of it. She doesn't remember it happening, but Raynar told her what happened, or Windsar did.
Windsar.
Windsar. Okay, I thought you said Raynar, but yeah, Windsar told her about what had happened.
And see if any of that information triggers any insight about anything from the teacher.
Okay. So you basically tell her everything that you're aware of that happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so she thinks for a minute and she goes, "That's really quite interesting. I don't know how that has anything to do with this, though. You said a tomb. Interesting. Interesting. You wouldn't happen to want to sell this, would you? I bet the college would buy it."
Definitely not.
Well, if you change your mind, do let us know.
Kind of important.
All right. Well, unfortunately, that's all I'm able to deduce about this peculiar little object of yours. But if you do happen to find out more, I would love to know. And she hands it back to you and sets her tool off to the side. And she's like, "I do have to get ready for my next class, though. You're welcome to stay if you want to stay for the lecture."
She'll thank the teacher and take a moment to think over what she was told, but
Okay.
she'll make her way out and start looking for Petra specifically.
Okay.
Because she's been the only one that's kind of been like kind to Niu directly.
Okay.
So she knows like the whole group went different ways and she wants to be sure that everything's going smoothly.
Okay, so the last thing that she knew was that Petra ran in the direction of food. So is she going to go look on the bridge?
Yeah, she's gonna head that direction.
Okay. So you head that direction. Got it. Okay. It has been 2 hours. Toby will have finished his dealings with the restaurants. What is Toby doing now?
Let's see. Toby will probably head to the merchant district from recommendations of the restaurateurs to go get some ingredients for his cookings.
Okay. So that's actually on the bridge as well.
Sorry.
The majority of the shops are on the bridge.
Cool.
It is a shopping and dining district.
Cool. Well, when he goes to the stores that have the food in, he will get like the salted pork and relatively long cured meat, so he can keep it on him without refrigeration. So obviously doesn't have any.
Okay.
And then obviously getting some vegetables, herbs, and spices.
Okay.
I don't know how much you want me to charge me for that.
Depends on how much you want to get.
About a week's worth for 6 people.
A week's worth for 6 people? I would say, let me pull this up. I actually have a chart for this.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Fancy, right? I've got my own chart.
God. Hang on a minute. Are you saying you're organized?
I am organized. I have my own DM screen and everything. I'm almost there. Okay.
I like how you said that in a childish voice.
When things are not busy and all that stuff, I need to write that stuff into the diary for her. I was on call with my beautiful pharmacy, which they were supposed to send over my medication, but they didn't do it today. So after D&D, I have to go and pick that up.
Okay.
So I was busy on both sides, so that's why I didn't get most of the information, unfortunately. My bad.
That's fair. I can
okay.
write it down and pretend you did.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
I just need the names of the things again.
So I'm going to say for 6 people, we'll say 1 gold cost a day, and you want a week's worth?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll just say 7 gold.
You said 1 gold person per day.
No, one gold per day for everybody.
Oh, for everyone else is just
Yeah.
7 gold. Right, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm figuring 3 meals a day, 6 people.
Yeah.
You're cooking it yourself, so you're not paying any like hospitality fees or anything like that.
Yeah. It's basically the raw
Okay.
ingredients, so I can cook
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. So
Can I really quickly get the information again that he told me?
5.
okay.
Or the locations.
Yep, I've spent that gold. Not a problem.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Yeah,
No
so
problem.
Petra, you are looking at. I'll write it down for you real quick.
Okay.
Other than that, I'll be asking if anyone needs any jobs doing for a travelling, magically enhanced person. Basically, I need to find some work so I can earn some more coin.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Yeah, you write these things down
Depending
first.
on how long they're there, Petra's probably gonna end up helping the person from Borgo. Because he was friendly to her.
Okay, you can adjust that however you want. The map name is on the left. I just put a cliff note there for the creature on the right. Organize that how you want. Okay, what did you say, Tubby?
Basically, I want to try and do some jobs to make some coin, whether it involves us as a whole group or just me personally.
Okay. Where are you going to look for these jobs?
Well, like I say, I'm asking the local restaurateurs or anything like that where they can point me in the rough direction of like quests without calling on quests. You know, like jobs for adventurers.
Okay.
Usually end up particularly dangerous, I imagine, but you know, stuff that pays decent coin.
Okay. They would all point you towards the hospital. There is a board there where they post jobs.
Cool. I will head in that direction then.
Yes.
By any chance, would it be a problem if I left 30 minutes early? The
That's
only
fine.
reason I'm asking is because one of the symptoms of me
Zero.
not
It's
pregabbling.
okay. You don't have to explain. It's an important reason. If you need to leave early, you can leave early. Just let me know that you're leaving, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But obviously, your medication and stuff is more important than a board game. So if you need to go, just let us know so we know that you're leaving. Okay.
It's not more important than D&D, but it's more important than a board game. It's fine.
Exactly. There's a difference there. Know it. No. No. Yeah. So if you need to go, that's perfectly fine. Just let me know when you're leaving. Okay. Now that being said, let's see. What are we still waiting on? Petra got the information that she needed.
I think
Raynor is
Windsor
there
might have
with her.
finished his tattoo by now.
Windsor is almost done with his tattoo.
Oh.
Let's see. Because we just finished up lunch, which is 1300. Windsor's tied up till 1500. Because it's a 7-hour tattoo. Okay. So is anybody else attempting to do anything of interest? Petra and Raynor, what are you doing at this point?
That's a good question, because you just finished figuring out where the creatures are.
Yes.
Raynor has no clue why she wants this information.
Yeah, I have no idea why you want it.
But Petra tries to go find the rest of the group, particularly Mew and Windsor.
Okay. And what direction is she going to look?
She is going to go towards the bridge.
Okay.
I will follow her.
All right. So everybody's walking towards the bridge. Toby's walking around the bridge. You all will bump into each other. We're going to fast forward now. Unless anybody has anything that they're doing particularly interesting.
Nope, just basically I'm going to go and find out what these jobs are to try and get some work.
Okay, so as you're walking that way, they're walking towards you. You bump into each other along the way. We're going to say Windsor is now finished with his tattoo.
Yay!
So Windsor now has these flaming, twisted dragon tattoos on his arm.
Test.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, it's just not hearing my thing. Never mind. Okay, price, check it out. Thank the artist. Pay him.
Okay, it comes to 15 gold.
15 wieners.
Okay, set off outside, sniffing the air for food, and let my nose lead me to Petra.
Being a half orc, you have a stronger sense of smell, so you're easily able to detect the direction of food, and you head that way. Which then you bump into Toby, Raynor, and Petra all together.
And Niu.
Niu, did you leave the class?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went
I
towards
said
the
that.
bridge. Yeah, you did.
Towards the
Okay.
bridge.
And you bumped. Yeah, okay, so Niu's there too. Yeah. Good catch. My bad. Okay, so you all bump into each other.
In a mark.
Petra looks at you and waves.
Niu waves back and is like, "So are you all enjoying the city? Finding your way around okay?"
Yeah, I've figured out where the dinosaurs I need to hunt. Very small slip of information.
I just kind of sit here and like one eyebrow goes up, and I was like, oh.
Petra really gets really nervous really quickly. I mean, I figured out where some dinosaurs are. She's still she's acting a bit more nervous, and it's kind of weird, especially with her reaction to Raynor's question, because usually she'll answer his questions.
Raynor just kind of sits here and looks at Petra and says, "Petra, this is not normal for you to be nervous. Are you okay?"
I don't want to talk about it. And
Oh.
she just kind of walks towards the restaurant with the Rascara on it.
Benzar makes
Okay.
the comment that, well, pet dinosaur would be cheaper to feed.
Niu, being completely oblivious to social standards, will ask Petra if there's any way she can help with whatever she's trying to find out about these dinosaurs.
Petra just reluctantly looks at Niu and goes, well, let's go somewhere more private. I don't want to reveal too much.
Okay, then,
So-
Raynor says.
I don't want you to come with us, Raynor.
Oh,
Oh, shit,
I-
shut the fuck down.
alright, I will just stay right here then.
She brings
Niu
you
kind of raises an eyebrow curiously because she knows that like Petra and Raynor have been close since like the group met. But she'll like nod politely to
So-
Petra and
Petra brings Niu to the restaurant and asks the guy, "Hey, can we use the lounge? I need it for a private discussion." She has a sullen look on her face.
He looks between the two of you and he goes, yeah, no, absolutely. Y'all are welcome to it. Everything okay?
She nods. She gives a small nod, almost as if she's not okay completely, but she will be all right.
Okay. And then he just kind of lets you go. He doesn't pry too much.
Yeah. So she brings Niu to the lounge after stumbling into a few different doors because she wasn't really directed to it at first. And she asks Niu to take a seat. And she climbs up onto one of the chairs and goes, well, I met this guy. He was taking notes with these animals and stuff. Held a finger to me. But she takes a gulp, does a little sniff, and goes, I need to hunt. the dinosaurs. And the guy I talked to, he told me where they were, so I had Raynor write it down in my book. She holds up her notebook and just kind of flops it down on her lap.
Why do you need to hunt the dinosaurs?
She just takes a deep breath and she takes the necklace off her waist and holds it up on her lap. This necklace was my best friend's necklace. He was a noble from where I was, and I was a guard. And I failed to protect him, so now I've lost my honor. And her voice at this point is getting a bit shaky because she's remembering the death, and it's not pretty for her. And when he died, I was given a punishment to hunt these dinosaurs. And she puts the necklace back on her waist. And she takes the one, she unclasps the one around her neck and holds it up. And so I need to decorate this necklace with their teeth and claws in order to restore my honor. And she puts it back on, around her neck. She's distressed. She's not happy. She's not smiling. Her energy, it almost looks like the energy has been sapped out of her at this point.
Niu just kind of has a stern look on her face as she listens, not really knowing how she can help other than just being there to assist. So she gives it a minute or two to like think, and she responds, well, is there any way that I can help? Like, maybe help you find them or help you deal with them or something?
I don't know if I can have help with this. I never asked if I could. I can't return until these things are hunted. And I don't know how. And she just kind of brambles on and on. She's getting increasingly distressed. Until she just stops talking. She's not looking at you or anything. She's just looking at the ground, twiddling, kind of fidgeting with one of her hands.
Well, that got
And
heavy.
And she looks at you and she goes, "The reason I don't want to tell Raynor is because I don't want him to worry about me. I don't want him to die for me."
Well, I mean, granted, we've not known each other super long, but he seems fairly capable. I don't think you need to worry that much about him, but I understand.
She just kind of grits her teeth. I just need to find them. I need to find them, and I will hunt them myself if I must.
Well, if there's ever any way I can help, you can let me know and I'll do whatever I can. But in the meantime, how about we grab a little something to eat? Get your mind off of it.
She looks at you and nods her head. We can eat here. I'll just ask the guy to get us some food. And she gets up, shakes herself a bit, and she goes back to looking not as sullen, but there's still the emotions there. And she goes to the restaurant owner and asks if she and you could get some food. And he kind of looks at her, kind of looks her over to see how she's doing. And she goes, "Yeah, absolutely. Y'all are welcome to eat here anytime. Just grab a seat, grab a menu. I'll make sure somebody gets over there to help y'all out." She nods and directs you to one of the chairs that she sat at the last time she ate.
And you will go sit down and...
Okay, so you two go get some food. Raynor, what are you doing during that whole conversation?
I'm mostly just holding onto my pen and just kind of just doing a mini prayer.
Okay. And where's Toby at?
Well, like I say, Toby headed toward the hospital to go look at the jobs board, basically.
That's right.
Find out what jobs to do.
Okay. So you are at the jobs board. You're kind of looking over it. It's mostly like manual labor things. They're looking for things like dock hands, people to help, maintain the college grounds, things like that. But there's one flyer there that says that the guard is looking for recruits, specifically freelance recruits, because there is and it says it rather vaguely. But with your passive perception, you're able to tell that they're asking specifically for help with a threat. There's something that the guard has taken notice of, and this particular guard is the Rose Guard that is looking for assistance. And being that you are a resident of this particular country, you are familiar with this guard. This is the Rose Guard, which is like the Imperial Guard. These aren't just like foot soldiers. These are the elite cream of the crop that are recruiting, looking for assistance with a looming threat, is what you can gather from this particular notice.
Cool. I will get the details from the notice on who to go to.
Okay, so the notice itself points you to the actual palace itself, which is here on the map. I'm pinging it now.
Yeah.
So that is the palace there, and it's directing you to go to the palace there, and it is telling you that you want to speak with one of the captains. His name is Barmus Flintbreaker.
Barmus Flintbreaker. Okay, cool.
Yes, Barmus Flintbreaker, according to the notice board there.
Cool. I'll head in that direction then.
Okay, so you head that way. What is Windsor doing?
Okay, so I've found everybody except for Toby on the bridge and watched Amaranth and not Amaranth. We haven't found her either. New and Petra go off to eat. So just stay on the bridge, wait for everybody to gather up, see who else comes by.
Okay. Then does anybody have any qualms with me fast forwarding time past all this?
No, I mean I'm sleeping, so not for me.
She's like,
okay. I'm going to fast forward time.
Heck, and Niu over here dodging a bullet, offering to get food for Petra. Petra could have eaten her out of house and home if they weren't in that place.
Yep.
We got 1, 2, 7, 11, 6, 8.
You said 8?
Someone had an 8.
Yahtzee. I mean,
Yahtzee.
Okay. Yeah, so you two ate. Raynor was praying. Windsor was hanging out. Amaranth has just woken up. Toby, you have made it to the royal capital. Let me see here.
Sweet.
Give me just a moment.
No.
No? Okay, well, get out. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So as Raynor is sitting outside, just hanging out there, and Toby's walking across the bridge, heading in the direction of the palace, a huge man bursts out of this rather fine china shop. And by huge man, I mean like this 400-pound gargantuan dude just busts out of this china shop looking just dazed and confused and starts screaming at the sky and then takes off running towards the center of town in the direction of the college.
Oh.
Take it that was past me.
Yeah, he runs past you and Raynor and the whole group essentially headed towards the college area.
I go to the china shop.
Okay, so you go inside. The owner of the china shop is cowering behind the counter. There's a few broken things inside. And the person behind the counter is like, we're closed for business. Guards! Guards!
What was wrong with that dude?
He just went crazy. I don't know what happened. He just... Guards! And a few guards come rushing in, and they usher you out of the building and go, "Sir, this is a crime scene. We need you to get back. Get back."
Well, that's fine. I'll carry on my way to the palace then.
Okay. So the guards go inside. There's one standing at the door there. The others go back to talk to the store owner and figure out what's going on. And you head on towards the palace. So you get to the palace. There is a rose guard standing at each side of the gate there, and you can tell the rose guard because they have a crest on their chest, and it is a rose where the petals themselves are shaped in a way to form a shield.
Gotcha.
So it's almost like a rose that has grown into the shape of a shield. And as soon as you go to cross the gate, they both take their rather large, it's a weapon called a naginata, which is basically a sword on the end of a shaft. So it's like a spear, but with a sword on the end, almost like a scimitar blade. It's a curved blade. And they both just cross them down in front of the gate, and they go, "What business do you have here?"
Come to see your captain, Flintbox.
And they look between each other, and he goes, "Okay, but why?"
Saw the flyer down by the hospital saying you need help with a threat. It was a little bit vague, but I thought me and my companions could probably help.
They look between each other, and they lift up their naginatas, and they stand them to the side and get back into position, look perfectly rigid, and then they stand with their naginatas perfectly straight up. It's clear that they've practiced standing like this a lot.
Yeah.
And he just turns only his head to you, and he goes, "All right, you're looking for the first room on the third corridor on your second left."
Okay, thank you very much. I'll head that way.
Okay. Can you repeat those directions back to me?
Nope. First room on the third
First
floor.
room on the third corridor on your second left.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So can you repeat it back?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to need you to roll a...
Survival?
I'll let you do survival, yeah. Let's do survival. I'll have you roll a survival.
Okay.
Nat 1.
Oh yeah.
And everyone giggled at me remembering numbers.
Oh, that was almost an actual 20. There you go, 14.
14? Yeah, I'll let that. Okay, so it'll take you about an hour to find it, which is fine because we skipped forward quite a lot of time. So it takes you about an hour to find this particular area that they told you to go to. You walk in, and there is a grizzled dwarf just sitting behind a desk. He's clearly not happy to be at a desk. This man is a warrior.
I would have knocked on the door before entering.
Well, the door is a wide open archway. The doors themselves
I would have knocked
are wide
on the
open.
archway then.
Okay, so you stop at the archway and are knocking?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, you would see him through the archway. He's sitting at the back of this room, and he's just like grumbling as he's going through paperwork, bitching about administrative crap and how there's wars to be fought and things like that. He's clearly not happy to be there, but he looks up when you knock, and he's just like, he almost looks relieved to not have to touch the paper for a moment, and he looks at you and goes, "Yeah, what do you need?"
Here you're looking for outside help regarding some sort of threat?
He looks around for a moment and he goes, "Well, don't just stand there. Come on in."
I enter. Is there a chair to sit on?
Yeah, so at his desk, there are 3 different chairs, and they're all very nice chairs. Again, this is the palace that you are at, so the floors are all polished marble. There's marble columns, every window, and they are large windows. All of them have most beautiful drapery around them. There's golden inlays along the windowsill. This is a very nice room. And there are chairs. Each of the chairs has like satin pillows as the seat itself, and the arms of the chairs have gold inlays and filigree, and again, a very exquisite design on the chairs themselves. And he kind of welcomes you into the chair.
Just before I sit on the chair, I just double tap my chest plate, and my armor kind of segments into itself, and then I sit down.
Okay. So then you come in, you sit down, and he looks around again, and he kind of knocks on his desk, and the big open archway kind of gets this almost slightly opaque look through it. And it's clear that he just set up a barrier in the room to prevent any noise from going out. And he goes, "First, I want to hear your qualifications. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you want."
Well, firstly, my name is Toby Shark. I am a artist by trade. I study many creatures from all over the different realms that we live in currently, and the ones that I haven't been to yet. I run with a party of another 5 of us. We're quite well travelled at the moment. We've dealt with quite a few threats, including a particular interesting wolf one, where the wolves became sentient and where they were run out from hill giants. Come across a necromancer. He seemed to have upset some hill giant and ended up killing it and then raising it as his own ghoul before wandering off.
He immediately raises a hand and he stopped you there and he goes, "Hold up. Where was that necromancer?"
That was to the town just slightly, I'm pretty sure it's south of here. Is that correct?
No, Terlura is south of Welton.
Oh, sorry, north of here then. North of Welton.
Yeah. So when you came down the river, you passed by Welton again in the middle of the night while you guys were sleeping.
Yeah, so near a forest near Welton. One of my compatriots nearly got knocked out by the hill giant before he got killed, actually.
He leans back in the chair, kind of surprised, and folds his arms. And he goes, "Bullshit. You didn't see him."
Oh, really? I'll draw the symbol that we saw on the undead onto a piece of paper that I've happened to me, and I'll show him this.
So he knocks on his desk again, and that slightly opaque barrier becomes solid, like absolutely no light penetrating through it. The room itself is still illuminated. There are candelabras around the room that all immediately light up and keep the room lit as soon as he shutters the room. And he goes, "You actually saw him and lived?"
Well, yeah, he also said some interesting words about one of my compatriots.
Kind of starts rubbing his chins and he goes, "I'd like to hear those words."
And I would not like to tell you about them.
Why is my name on your map?
I didn't say your fucking name, so shut the fuck up. You're not here. Shush!
You're asleep, Amaranth.
Actually, I'm awake now.
No, you're not.
Anyway.
So you're refusing to tell him?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell him what was said because, to be honest with you, I don't know you from Adam.
Okay. So you would have heard of him, being as you are from this country.
Mhm.
So the person you are talking to is Barmus Flintbreaker.
Yeah.
The only way that you would know him
Mhm.
is as Captain Flintbreaker. He's one of
Yeah.
the 5 generals of the Rose Guard.
Cool.
He's essentially the elite of the elite of the elite. He
Yeah.
runs an entire branch of the military.
Mhm.
So you're aware of him as his station.
Yeah. But like I say, I'm not aware of him as a person, so.
Okay. And he leans back and he kind of scratches his chin, amused by the fact that you would tell him no. And he goes, "You do understand I could have you in prison for the rest of your life."
Oh, yes.
Kind of laughs a bit and he goes, "All right. So you survived the necromancer Phobrix, and you
Mhm.
refuse to tell me what I want to know." I like
Oh,
this.
I wouldn't say specifically. It's just, it was confusing words, and I'm not entirely sure I would remember them, and I don't want to misremember them and tell you something you wouldn't know that'd be useless to you.
He nods a bit, thinking. He goes, "All right, well, here's the problem.
Hmm.
This necromancer you've come across, we got
Yeah.
reports of 4 other such people appearing
Oh, that's handy.
across the whole fucking continent. They're just popping up like weeds. We got people that are apparently these ancient liches ain't nobody ever heard of before, coming out of the woodwork, killing people, doing crazy shit. The whole world's going mad. We
So
need
what do you need
people
the outside help for?
because we can't go to other countries and research what's going on without it looking like an act of war. You send your most elite guard off into the middle of some other country, what they gonna think happening? Invasion.
Yeah, exactly true. Fair
So
enough.
we need outside help to go to
Mhm.
these other countries and figure out what the hell is going on before it's too late. Because we're hearing whispers of a cult, we're hearing whispers of some dead gods, and all kinds of crazy shit. And we don't want this to go bad.
Fair enough then. Do you want to give us the details?
So I'm going to expedition dump here just to make it a little
Yeah,
quicker.
fine.
So essentially what he tells you is that there are 5 of these liches that have appeared. All of them seem to be a part of something called the Shadow Fingers, which is completely unknown. Nobody knows what the Shadow Fingers are, but several cultists have been caught. A few of them have been successfully interrogated, and they have essentially extracted just a very little bit of information, which are these 5 liches are called the Shadow Fingers. Each finger represents their station. Okay? So the stations are heresy, bewitching, undeath. I need to look real quick because I am an idiot. Let's go.
This is that organization we talked about earlier.
Yes, I've got it written down. Hold on. Okay, so
Don't worry.
so the stations are: you have the finger of aggression, the finger of
Aggression.
bewitching, the
Yep.
finger of undeath, the finger
Yep.
of heresy, and the finger of
Yep.
division.
Division. Yeah,
There are
okay.
5 liches. The only things that they know about these liches is that they all woke up at seemingly the same time, and each of them is extremely unique compared to every other lich that they've dealt with. First,
Right.
these liches seem more powerful than the average lich. Secondly, these liches aren't your typical liches. A typical lich is an undead mage. The finger of aggression is an undead lich barbarian,
Okay.
which is
That must be the middle finger.
Yeah, probably.
the finger of bewitching appears to be some sort of bard lich.
Okay.
The finger of undeath is the necromancer Phobrix.
Okay.
The finger of heresy appears to be a paladin that became a lich, and the finger of division is 2 liches One appears to be a human, while the other lich is a giant wolf companion. And they move as one unit.
Kind of like a hunter?
Kind of like a hunter or a ranger, yeah. In case you haven't sensed the theme, yeah. So like a ranger that has turned into a lich. So these are the 5 generals known as the Shadowfingers. And all they have gotten beyond that information is that these liches are somehow very important to this cult.
Yeah. Do we know anything about the cult, like its name potentially? I mean, we got this symbol.
So you do have the name of the cult, and the cult's name is the Oblitus Aurora.
Oblitus Aurora. How do you spell that?
That is Oblitus space Aurore. Oblitus Aurora.
Okay.
Which stands for the Forgotten Dawn.
Forgotten Dawn.
The Forgotten Dawn. And they worship what they are claiming to be one of the true gods, one of the 3 true gods. And that all other gods do not compare to these 3 true gods, and that they worship a specific god of these 3 true gods. They would not say the name of this god.
Okay. So we don't know which god, but one of the 3.
One of these 3 gods.
Do we know which 3 gods?
You don't know the gods.
Okay, right, fair enough. Not at all.
That is all the information that they were able to extract so far. Is that these liches exist, there's something called the Shadowfingers, and that the cult goes by the name of Oblitus Aurora, which they have deciphered to mean the Forgotten Dawn. And that that they believe that there are 3 true gods, and they follow a specific one of those 3 gods.
Yeah.
And that is all the information you are able to get from the conversation.
Okay, fair enough. So, what do you need us to do other than go find out information? Because it's a bit of a obscure quest to go and do.
Well, right now, I need you to go to one of these countries. I don't care which one you start with, but we need information before we can act. And if these liches are out to, I don't know, destroy the world or raise some demon or something, we need to know so we can stop it. If you happen to be killing liches at the same time, well, I wouldn't complain. But I hear they're dangerous.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to face a lich myself right now. Do they have, you say about this cult, do they have like lower cultist followers that might be potentially having more information that we can potentially extract from them by various means? I don't know if you've come across any cults yourself or know of any that have sprung up because of these liches. You know what fanatics are like about end of days.
So part of the exposition dump, they have, like I said, they did detain several cultists and were able to interrogate them successfully. They would be in the jails.
Okay, cool. So, as part of the expedition jump, did they find out any of their locations where they hold up or anything like that in these countries that they want us to go to? That way we have a starting point of where to go and investigate, because obviously saying to go to America and find a cult would be a little bit tricky.
Okay, so part of the exposition dump, because
I sort of open Winfrey show with them.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so part of the exposition dump is that you were given a general location for a couple of the liches. Okay, cool. So you know that Phobrix was obviously the first one that you saw. You also know that the Finger of Division is in Mal Luisha.
Mal Luisha, okay.
Yeah, Mal Luisha. Let me hold on.
That's the one of Division, isn't it?
That is Division, yes.
Yeah, divisions
That
in
fucking Lich is gonna make us do math. I hate it.
He's got 2 assistants, Mod and Dev.
Sounds about right.
Okay. And then,
Yep.
so the finger of aggression, or the barbaric one.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the map to load here so I can give you the exact
right.
correct information. The barbaric one has appeared in Fiaratiso, Fiaratiso, Fiaratiso.
FIA.
Fiaratiso.
And that's the one of
Fiaratiso.
aggression.
That is the finger of
that's
aggression.
one of cool.
And the finger of bewitching has appeared in the Tsardom of Orodnia.
How'd you spell that?
Orodnia.
Cool.
The finger of heresy has appeared all over the eastern half of the continent, and just appears and then disappears.
Okay.
So he could be generally anywhere at this point.
Yeah. Cool.
And the finger, so the finger of division was over in Puertia.
Yeah.
And obviously the finger of undeath is somewhere in the Fondinian Empire the last time you saw him.
Yeah. Although I don't particularly want to be chasing after him anytime soon when you just like killed a hill giant just like that and then, summoned it straight back up again. And I'm like, no.
Pretty much, yeah.
Fuck that one for a game of soldiers. Personally, I don't want to be chasing any of them anytime soon. I want to be chasing the subordinates because they're a lot more manageable, I think. That's why I want to try and find the lower classes first and work our way up. Anyway, do you want to go to someone else because we've been expedition dumping for a while?
Yeah.
I appreciate it's probably part of the main campaign, but
yeah, this is part of the big main story, which is why I'm okay with it going as far as it has.
That's fine.
I plan to talk to everyone else though.
That's fine. All right. So if you want to jump to other people, and then we'll carry back on with what I'll do.
Okay. So Amaranth has just woken up during all of this. What is Amaranth doing? You said going to the bridge, right?
Yeah, she's gonna head out. Head up to the bridge, see if she can find anyone really.
Okay. So she heads to the bridge. Everybody else is at the bridge. Is anybody leaving the bridge? What's everybody on the bridge doing?
Petra is just finishing up eating and kind of regrouping with Raynor.
Okay. What's Raynor doing? Zero?
Oh, sorry. Didn't know I was muted. Anyway, I chase after the guy that was screaming and yelling, ran from the door. So I chase after him to see what's going on.
Okay. So you're chasing him across the bridge?
Yeah.
He gets to the end of the bridge. He does not turn. He just keeps running straight forward, smacks hard into the wall of the hospital, knocks himself out cold.
Well, shit. And he's knocked out
dexterity
cold.
saving
He's
throw.
knocked out cold. Just smashed into the side of the hospital, passes out on the ground.
Could I use like a medicine thing to help him? Like
Absolutely.
let's see, what is it called? Medicine? There we go. So I could just do a normal. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you run over, you help him. After a couple minutes, he comes to, and he's like, "Oh, what happened?"
I just look at him and I say, "Well, you ran right across the bridge and then smacked into this wall here.
He cuts you off in the middle of you saying that with a loud belch, and it's very clear that this man is drunk. Like, he is hammered drunk.
Oh, well, that would explain why he was really yelling. Well then, is there anything that I can do to help you out, sir? You seem to
He
have
kinda
had...
waves you off and rolls over. I'm trying to sleep.
Okay, and I just leave him to his own devices.
Okay.
I just go back to the bridge.
Okay, so you turn around, walk back to the bridge. Amaranth runs into you as you're both walking back to the bridge. She probably saw the dude smash into the hospital as she was leaving.
Dumbass.
And dummies. That's great.
All right, what's Windsor up to?
I'm just waiting on the bridge, waiting for Toby to get back. I watch Raynor run off and hope he doesn't get himself into trouble.
Okay. We know Petra went to go find Raynor. So everybody's met up except for Toby.
Yeah, I've got to ask if everyone knew where Toby went.
I just kind of I say that's actually a good question. I was waiting here for Petra.
No, he said hi. He said hello. He said elbow.
Elbow?
He said elbow?
elbow.
Oh.
That was canonically the new greeting.
Yep.
And then walked to the other side of the bridge and we're just waiting for him to come back.
Cool. Well, I guess we should head that way towards where Toby went, and then see if we can find out what's going on.
It's like a plan, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So, talking back with Flintbox, what sort of reward is involved in helping out? Because obviously you can appreciate it might be quite dangerous.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, you guys are all walking across the bridge, heading east to go find him, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea of where you're heading?
Windsor stays on the bridge because he has no idea where he went, so he's just going to wait.
No, not really, no, because so we said we don't know.
Windsor produces 4 white canes, hands them out to everybody, and then watches the fun end.
Or white what now?
White canes.
I guess I'll do like. Am I now still exhausted, or am I unexhausted?
You are no longer exhausted. You have woken up. You are full rested.
I guess I'll check to see if we can find if anyone's noticed a weird guy with glasses and weird glowing arm. If I'm correct in saying.
And pot.
Well, flying pot. That's it. Don't forget about the flying pot.
Okay. So you look around you, and you see several restaurants, a couple stores, and then you see the shop that the dude came running out of, and there's a guard standing there at the entrance to that. Where do you go to ask for information?
Have you seen? I've just asked a guard. Have you seen a dude with a flying pot at all? Walk past you at any in the last couple of hours?
He goes, huh, did I ever? Weirdo went that way. Points towards the palace.
Okay, thank you.
Weirdo went that way.
I don't disagree, but here we are. So yeah, off towards the palace.
Okay. So,
Alright.
back in the palace, what was it you were asking, Toby?
Basically, now
Reward, right?
you know roughly. Yeah, now we know roughly what I've got to do. You know, what sort of compensation are we talking?
He goes, this ain't a job that pays up front. The way that this
I appreciate
works,
that.
the way that this works, you bring me information,
Mhm.
you bring me results, and I pay you for what you bring me. You bring me nothing, I pay you nothing. You bring me a gold mine, I give you a gold mine.
That's pretty fair. I've just don't get me wrong. I'm trying not to be rude here, but I've got to try and sell this sort of job to my compatriots, and they're obviously going to ask the question, well, how much is he going to pay us? And if I say, well, if we give him nothing, he gives us nothing, which is a bad comment. But if I give you a gold mine, you give us a gold mine, it's a bit ambiguous, if you see what I mean.
You know, I think it's, all right, you want real figures. I got you. All right,
Yeah,
I'll tell you
it's just
this.
so I can let them know.
I'll tell you this. You give me the name of the other 4 fingers, I'll give you 5,000 gold a name.
Sounds pretty fair. How about locations of cult dens and things like that to possibly extinguish?
He pulls out a map, and he points to a couple areas that have been highlighted in red. And he goes, these are the areas where we found the most cult activity.
Mhm.
And so I've got a map that I can show you guys. It is not currently in the game. It is on World Anvil here. Let me pull up the map for you.
Yes, I have it.
You have the World Anvil link?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So on the World Anvil link, there are, if you pull up the map.
Yep.
For those that don't have it, I will post it into the voice chat here.
Mhm.
Okay.
So if you look to the left, there is, in the Principality of Mount Luitia, there is what looks like a church icon. That is one location. Near there is highlighted.
Sorry, so Principality of Malunesia.
Yes, the purple one. And there should
Yes,
be like
yes.
a little church icon. Do you see that?
I see a lot of purple.
You know what? I might have it set to private. Let me check.
Yeah, I can't see anything on there.
Yeah, okay,
I see
that
a
one's
star.
set to
That's
private.
it.
Okay, hold on. Let me go here. Okay, and I will just go.
Yay.
I'm going to put a flag there. Nope.
Just gonna refresh the page. So I've got a star.
I see a
on
star.
Tallulah.
There.
Okay. So now there should be a black map, black like flag to the left.
Let's see.
I
don't
had
see
to
the
refresh
star.
the
Oh yeah, I
page, but
see
it's
the black
there.
star. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. The other mark.
Yep.
Is going to be Fiara Tiso here.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay. And then there is a mark. Let's go.
So, question: all these necromancers, is any of them named Atachi?
No. Okay, so now there's a third flag in Orodnia in the north.
Yep.
Those are the 3 sections that they've worked out.
Okay.
Where you go from here as a party is going to be on the party. He's not giving you directions other than these are the places that we found the most cult activity.
Okay, cool. That's fair. What happens if we kill cult leaders and things like that?
It's the same as he said. Basically, the more you do to benefit Fondinia, the more he will pay you.
That's fair.
If you were to kill a cult leader, he would pay you a bounty for the cult leader's head.
That's cool. Out of curiosity, I take it you don't want us to keep coming back here every time.
You don't have to come back here every time, but you can. It's up to you.
Mhm.
If
It's
you want to
just,
go to one, gather information, come back, drop it off, go back, gather more information, you can run back and forth all day long. That is up to you. I created the world. You guys get to play in it.
That's a discussion we'll have to have later.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, cool. Well, I'll take this information to the rest of my party then.
Okay, so you leave.
I presume this is sensitive information you don't want the general public knowing.
Absolutely not. Nobody can know. If I find out that you spread rumors, I have the entire guard at my disposal.
Indeed. That's why I just thought I'd clarify with you.
He kind of nods and goes back to looking at his paperwork, grumbling about having to do paperwork again.
Well, take care. Oh, I'll leave you this little biscuit, actually. You might find it enjoyable.
He kind of looks up at you, looks at the biscuit, looks up at you, and he goes, "You ain't sweet on me or nothing, right?" As he takes the biscuit.
No, dwarves don't really bounce my thing. I'm more into the Goliaths, but anyway, doesn't matter.
That's canonically true, too. Okay. Yep, so you take the biscuit, you walk out of the palace, and as you're leaving, you stumble into the rest of the party minus Windsor.
Cool.
Because Windsor just sat on the bridge and waited.
Hello, you lot.
What have you been doing?
I've been finding our next big job.
Big job, you say.
What do you-
Petra looks towards Toby and just looks back towards the guy that just fell unconscious.
I think we're quite away
yeah,
from him.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the bridge. He's a long
I'm
ways away.
done.
You guys
Yeah.
left that area.
Yeah.
I'm
nice.
them.
Who was the guy you spoke to get the job?
Flintbox is one of the captain of the Rose Guard here.
That's not his name, but yeah.
I know, but I keep calling him.
Down Flintbox, yeah.
What's the job?
I can't talk about it right here. We just need to find a private spot.
Can you tell us anything?
It's about someone we ran into. Some dead guy we ran into.
I'm just gonna keep looking at you blank until you give me some sort of information.
I don't think we've only run into one dead guy.
Petra just shakes her head and says, "Follow me," walking back towards the restaurant.
Okay,
And once again
Like I say,
asks the guy
I'll tell you when we get there.
and once
so what
again
I'm gonna
asks
do-
the guy if she and her group can use the lounge in private.
So before we even get there,
Yeah.
I'm going to pull Toby aside and said, "You need to give me some sort of information."
The necromancer.
Right. Okay.
And then the guard immediately said, "No, I'm just kidding." I'm kidding.
Everyone says, no, narrow it down. Which one?
Yeah. Which necromancer, damn it?
So, okay, can I talk to the guy quickly?
Would you want to go talk to Flintbox?
Whoever the guy's name is, I don't trust you.
Damn!
Flip and steal in a minute.
I literally, he gave me a map.
I'm saying, can I go and talk to the guy he spoke to?
You asking Toby or me?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
You
You
can
guys.
ask if you want it.
I'll meet you guys later, basically.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So the rest of you go inside the building, to go into the back room there. The dude running the place, Linrit. Linrit watches as Petra comes in with a larger crowd of people, and he scratches his head and he goes, Petra, you know we can't feed you that many times a day for free, right? Like, that's a lot of friends.
We're not. Petra looks at him and says, "We're not here to eat. We're here to discuss things. I promise."
Although I'll happily pay for the food again, because it was really good from here.
He kind of nods a little bit and he goes, all right, you're welcome to use the back room again if you need it. That's fine.
Bitch. Fucking fly.
Did you just call me a bitch? No.
No.
Get out of my store. No, I'm just kidding.
Flew into my face.
But, so he lets you guys into the back room. All right, so what is Amaranth doing
at the palace.
Right. I'm gonna go to the guy
'Kay.
who Toby spoke to.
Mhm.
Not that I don't trust Toby, but if he knows something about this lich, he might be able to tell me something. This is the reason why I
Okay.
was asking.
Reasonable. Okay.
So I'm
So
gonna
you show up to the
basically,
front
like,
gate. The guards again cross their naginatas. And they go, "What are you doing here?"
I'm here to speak to Flint Box, I think.
They look at each other. Look at you. Look at each other. There ain't nobody here by the name Flintbox.
The dude with the flying pot must probably give me the wrong name.
We look at each other. Look at you. Weird guy, glasses.
Yeah.
You're looking for Flint Breaker. They move
Flint
the
Breaker.
naginatas out of the way.
Flint Box,
It's the
Jesus
first
Christ.
door down the third corridor on your second left.
Wait, hold on a second. I need to write this down because I forget. First floor.
No. First room. On the
First
third
room.
corridor on your second left.
Third corridor on the second left.
On the second
Okay,
crumpet.
first room on the third corridor on the
Petra
second
would
left.
just wander aimlessly
That's
until
right.
she found the
On the
room.
third corridor.
Petra would be in there for days. It is a very big castle. It is a very, very big palace.
Yep.
Petra
I mean,
just yell out.
you can see the size on the map. Keep in mind, okay?
Yep.
This building right here, this little blue one, is a house. Like
Yeah.
a full house with a kitchen, a room, like a bedroom, all of that stuff, a living room. That's a house, okay? This right here is a mansion. This big thing here is a mansion, okay? This right here is the castle. It is the size, and trust me, I know because I assembled it from several of these mansions. It is the size of about 12 mansions.
Okay.
It is a very big castle.
It's still not bigger than the college.
It is not bigger than the college. That is correct. The college is also bigger on the inside, which New knows.
Also, it's secretly a TARDIS.
Essentially, yeah. Except
Okay,
for it doesn't move, yeah. And it
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
travel
just-
in time.
No, but
It's just
it's
folded
just a
space.
TARDIS.
I mean,
It's just
it travels
folded
in time, but only 1 second at a time and only in the forward direction.
Yeah, only in the same direction.
space. That's kind of boring.
That's in America.
Okay, so anyways, you go inside, you wrote down the directions, so you get right to it. You walk up, the door again is open to his room. You see this grizzled old dwarf sitting behind his desk, flipping through papers, and again, grumbling that he's doing all this damn paperwork.
Knock, knock.
And he looks up and he goes, "Yeah, what do you want?"
I think you just spoke to my companion, the one with the flying pot.
He nods. "Yeah, the weird one. What do you need?"
I just have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Motions for you to come in and sit down. And as you step through the threshold, he knocks on his desk again, and again, entire room shudders.
Ooh, cool.
He goes, "All right, what do you need?"
Ooh, shiny.
Do you know anything about an Immemorial Tenebris?
The immemorial Tenebris.
Yes.
He thinks for himself to a moment. And he's really thinking about it. Unfortunately, he's like, "Well, honestly, that's something more for scholars, I'd say. But I believe the immemorial is this weird cult language way of saying something that can't be remembered. Tenebris is darkness."
Okay. Where would I go then if I needed to find out?
Probably the college.
Where'd you go? Probably the college.
All right, thank you. That's all.
He Nods and
we found the Phobrix tomb. Where was it? It was in.
he immediately grabs a map, slams it on the table in front of you, and it's just a map of Fundinia, so it's a much larger scale map, so it's easy to see where all the towns are. And he goes, "If you can point it out to me, I'll give you 200 gold right now."
Oh well. Why did you just say that? I obviously I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was in between like Welton and Corey's Cradle. I do know that because we had to stop off, didn't we? Yeah, we had to stop off. So it's in this general area there. It's under a goblin camp.
He kind of huffs and goes, "Yeah, didn't think so." Folds up his map and shoves it in a drawer.
And now she's flaccid.
Now he's flaccid.
She was gonna get money, but then
Oh, just because I can't remember. Let me see if I can find something. Motherfucking bitch.
it's whatever. What a tea.
The fucking mumbling.
Try and help someone with some information.
Such a pot of tea, you know. She summons hellfire.
I cast Fireball. No.
We sacrifice Amaranth.
She has a BF.
Okay. We are running out of time, so
Yeah.
let's
just head
move
back.
forward. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're heading back to the restaurant. Everybody in the restaurant, what's happening inside?
I will expedition jump
Okay.
to everyone in the restaurant. Basically, what
They
Flintbreaker told me.
They all know everything that Flintbreaker told you.
Yep.
Windsor asked, did you tell him about the goblin camp and the hag underneath and the coffin?
No.
Okay.
Basically, because he might have asked questions of the deals that happened under there.
This is true. But it's very concerning that there's
You
liches
need to know
running
about
about.
that.
I mean, we can give him that information. He might pay us for it, but I dare say he wants like precise locations.
Yeah, if anybody can remember exactly where that is, or Amaranth remembers where that's at.
I would like to think Amaranth might know where it is, but we'll ask her when she gets back.
Suck my big toe. Alright? Why don't you both suck my big toe?
It's okay. Petra
That's a
hasn't
big,
said
that must be a
anything
big
but
toe
yay.
if both of us can suck on it at the same time.
Well, she just has two.
And
You
they
got
both
one for
have
each
no
of them.
nails on.
A dang-a-lang. Damn. I didn't know British women have wieners.
Okay, so Amaranth gets back to the restaurant because she heard that that's where they were going.
Mhm.
I'm gonna move time forward another hour.
Yep.
It is now late at night,
Mhm.
about 8 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock. What's everybody doing? What's the plan?
Petra
think,
being tired, she asks if the restaurant owner has anywhere she could sleep.
Yes.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Roll a persuasion check. I will allow a persuasion check.
She will allow a midget check.
Hold on, let me get the.
I was just going to ask where the best inn was.
Yeah. This is a really good persuasion.
13. So he's like, I really don't have anywhere that fits you and all your friends, but well, there's the hospital on the other side of the bridge. They got rooms for cheap, and I hear there's a nice place over in the Noble District, but it's rather pricey.
To the
Is there
hospital?
no one else?
Do what?
Is there nowhere else? Just making sure.
Not that he's aware of. No.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm assuming Niu still has a place she can go.
Niu has a dorm room. She can stay at the college.
She might be able to accommodate like one, maybe two other people.
Dorm rooms are private, only students.
I'll just let them know
Any
that if
rate-
we go to the hospital. You can rent a room there. That's why I went to my room.
Yep,
put
because she
Petra in
rented
a
a room for a
bag.
week.
Yep.
Just put
So I
Petra in a
guess-
bag and sneak her in. Easy peasy.
You can certainly try.
I'll head to the hospital and go rent a room.
Okay.
I'll go
Are you
rent a
renting a
room
room
as
for a night or for a week?
Just for the night.
Okay, that's 1
Same
gold.
here.
Take that from your sheets.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
And I think this is probably a good stopping point. Everybody's bunking down for the night, right?
Yep.
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 Okay, so I think here's a good stopping point for the night because we've only got 13 minutes left. I don't want to get into any other big things going on.
So
Yeah.
since we're sleeping, can I just put my health back up to full?
Yes, everybody can
Yeah.
take their long rest. I'll set the clock to morning time on the 13th day of Kythorn.
Okay.
And congratulations, you've now really, truly, officially started on the main quest for the campaign.
Yay.
It's the Akatsuki. I knew it.
Yes, it's the Akatsuki.
When you
got it.
started like naming off all the liches, I was like, okay, there's Obito, there's Itachi.
I've never seen Naruto, so I
Well,
I
it's funny
can't tell
because
you.
they literally stand on a hand at some point, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do, and they all wear rings, and they're
Yeah.
like all of them symbolize certain things.
There's 10 of them, though.
Yeah, and the
Or
Akatsuki
was
Oh.
originally 10 of them.
As far as I watched, there's only 5.
Oh yeah, but this is we're just dealing with the left hand right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, we gotta go for the right hand. Now, by any chance, are these liches like, are they? Is someone trying to capture them?
I guess you'll
No,
find out.
somebody's trying to kill him.
If they actually, I'm just saying, listen. If someone is trying to capture them and they grab them and they take them away, it's the Akatsuki. They're trying to get the tails together.
All right, Toby, we just need you to make some Master Balls and we'll catch them like Pokemon.
Gotta catch 'em all.
We've just used,
Lichimon?
like 3 different animes for one
Yep.
story. Go from Dragon Ball to Pokemon to Naruto.
Okay, so how's
That's
everybody feeling about the story so far?
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Yes.
I got it.
Casey says yes. Yes, I like it.
Okay.
That's
It is,
Jason
And-
for you.
it is
and-
appropriate.
Okay, any
What?
complaints or concerns so far?
Nope.
No?
Well,
Okay, and then I have one other thing I want to bring up.
Yep.
So Smokey wants to come back onto the campaign. He
Mhm.
reworked his entire work schedule, talked to his coworker, and they swapped days. So
Okay.
he can be available every weekend, starting week after next.
yay.
He wants
Okay.
to know if he can come back. I am personally okay with it as long as he's willing to sit down and learn how to use Foundry ahead of time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because having him there bumbling over everything for 20, 30 minutes on his turn does not help the party, and I really want you guys to have a good experience. So
Yeah.
this is me asking for your input on whether or not you want him to come. If you don't
be
want
as-
him here, then I won't let him.
I wouldn't be as worried about him knowing how to use Foundry specifically as much as knowing at least basic information about his class and his abilities.
He will be using a new character. It will be a fighter. I don't know what race he's planning to use,
What did
which
I
is a
say?
much easier class.
Yes.
I like to add, right, that I was talking to Teeny because we saw Smokey in the chat earlier, and I was like, oh, maybe he's wanting to join. And I said, the best thing for him to be is either a rogue or a fighter because they're like the most simplest classes
was
to
my
do
first
that don't
character.
involve a lot of difficulty because it is just like hitting.
Hmm.
Well, it's fine that he's in here, but if he has a bunch of Acorn moments, we're gonna have to throw him at Acorn, even though
He is
she can't
Acorn's
talk.
brother.
Exactly.
It's
He is a
fine. We'll just put a
walking
collar
acorn.
on him with a shock thing on it, and if he starts being stupid, we'll just zap him.
It'll run out
Well,
of batteries.
Can we have him also set up on push to talk?
I
Just
can
in case he
make
has
sure that
something
he's
in the
on push to
background.
talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
but
It's just
but-
because he has a lot of background noise.
So the
usually.
background noise is usually him in the car driving home because he wants to listen to the D&D sessions and stuff as he's driving home. So
Yeah.
it's understandable, that he wants to listen in. But yeah, he should have been on push to talk when he was on his phone. But I will make
Yeah.
sure that he knows that background noise is a
Well, yeah.
problem. So
Well, also, we don't want to hear him talk to his cats constantly during.
yes.
But
Yeah.
I mean, he should have gone with Ranger and then had a pet cat and then okay.
Yeah.
That's my
Go
big
with
winner.
wizard and have a cat familiar.
No, spells are too hard. If you wanted to start them out on spells, you go with
Spells are too
ranger.
hard.
Ranger because they get them later on. I gotta say, when you started describing the city with the bridge and everything, I started thinking of Into Abyss. So
Oh, no,
we added
I took inspiration from Italy.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought you took inspiration from London,
Um,
the original Londinium, because they used to build on their bridges.
I can pull up the name of it because I was looking up specifically Italian.
Right, and there's quite a few bypasses in them, overpasses in America that have basically malls and shopping. They're not as big as that would be, but still.
Yeah.
I have to head out there, guys, and get ready
Later.
to go to the Shoppers Drug Mart. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good night.
All right, take it easy.
See ya.
Ta-ta.
Yeah. So the bridge that I took inspiration from, I'm going to pronounce this terribly. I apologize. Is the Ponte Vecchio, which translates to Old Bridge. It says is a medieval stone-closed spandrel segmental arch bridge over the Arno in Florence, Italy, the only bridge in Florence spared from destruction during World War II. It is noted for the shops built along it. Building shops on such bridges was once a common practice. Butchers, tanners, and farmers initially occupied the shops. The present tenants are jewelers, art dealers, and souvenir sellers. The Ponte Vecchio two neighboring bridges are the Ponte Santa Trinita and the Ponte alle Grazie.
Oh, out of curiosity, talking about Smokey again.
Mm-hmm.
What type of fighters do you think I'm going with?
He has no idea yet.
Yeah, you've gone way too far.
Putting into the voice chat. This is the bridge that I had as like source material, so to speak. Oh, that one.
I mean, bridges make sense because basically, have a readily easy place to get rid of your waste materials.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
great for like restaurants and stuff because when they butcher the animal, they can just throw the waste into the river.
Yeah, and it's also where it was obviously back in the day that was the main source of trade.
Yep.
So a bridge would have been easy access for boats to bring up via crane, basically.
Right.
Or
Also easy to
pulleys.
defend.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that's what they used to literally do back in Middle Ages. They used to build on bridges.
Yep. So that's the bridge that I took inspiration from. You can see the multi-story buildings and stuff like that. That's kind of that right there is kind of what I had in mind.
Yeah, that's what I kind of imagined.
A slight comment on tunings. Yeah, when Smokey does turn to expand his class, we probably try to nudge him towards some of the easier ones. Not like Battle Master.
Yeah, I mean, the real simple one would be a champion because they basically just crit better, but they are dead basic. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend the arcane fighter or the Psi warrior because obviously that involves a lot of spells
and a lot of lung capacity.
I'm going to go.
Yep.
All right. See you two later.
Good night, you two.
See you two.
Take it easy.
Ta-ta.
Oh yeah, have fun reading the book, The File.
I will.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is why I'm excited for D&D every Saturday.
Why?
Because it's D&D. Why not?
Yeah, but you said this is why.
Yeah.
So I was wondering
Because
what
the story
this you
break.
were referring to.
This is the story.
Well, good. I'm glad that you're enjoying the story. I've been working hard crafting this story specifically for this world and everything.
Well, TPK, looks like we're done, everyone.
I think I would be just as upset if you guys TPK'd as you would be. Now, that being said, I'm not going to plot armor y'all. If you die for your own stupidity, you die. If you run at a necromancer named Phobrix, who's clearly too powerful for the party, and you die, I won't feel bad murdering all of you.
See, I'm of the mind that if something happens and we do TPK, we can easily just re-roll characters and set it up to where we kind of pick up in the same place as
be
like
able to continue new characters on the story.
Secondary party of adventurers that is.
He definitely hired more than just your crew to investigate this stuff.
The only thing that would really suck about that situation would be all the things that you worked in for our character backstories would be fucked up.
Yeah, you think?
Ah, shoot. New computer, I need to reconfigure my fucking settings again.
For Monster Hunter?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm already in Monster Hunter 2. I have a
Move back to
lobby up and everything.
Oh wait, I was holding the wrong button.
I have stuff to kill.
Ooh.
I reached MR4.
Okay, we shall go back to general just so we can hear Acorn say stupid things. Everybody's going to stay in this chat, aren't they?
Okay, I gotta feed the cats, but yeah. Alright, moving to the new to the old channel. Okay, there we go.
Wow.
Alright.
The one thing Zero did wrong when the one guy, the drunk guy, went back to sleep, he didn't do what every adventurer is supposed to do: loot that body.
Didn't mug him. Yeah, Bernard, what are we? We're muggers. And what muggers do? We mug people. So, let's go mug 'em! Haley got a waffle iron for Christmas. Which sounds like a dumb thing to get, but she has repeatedly asked me to make her waffles. And I'm like, I don't have a waffle iron. So I got her a waffle iron for Christmas, so I can make her waffles. It also doubles as a grilled cheese maker. Or a panini press.
Why is that? It's weird.
It is weird. You're right.
Well, no, because... Hold on, I need to turn down my fucking audio again.
Let's go.
But the thing I'm having issue with is that it has my key bindings saved from my Surface Book.
Mm-hmm.
Issue is it's not using those key binds that I set.
What's it using?
Probably the default one. Because there's the silk bind, and I have weapon / Rirebug Reticle hold on X. on my keyboard because that's what I was using when I was playing on the Surface Book. But now it's